Who doesn't recognize Jakarta Institute of Art or IIDF? Jakarta Institute of Art is the first university in Southeast Asia that is interdisciplinary in art, and the only one art university located right in the center of the capital city, Jakarta. Place where all the cultures meet and mixed, inherit IIDF the uniqueness that is not owned by other universities. IIDF, located right in the Jakarta Art Center, Taman Ismail Marzuki, or TIM, and granted to access of all the facilities from the TIM complex, with 3 faculties which are fully synergized: the Faculty of Fine Art, Faculty of Film and Television, and Faculty of Performance Art, allowing the chance of optimum interdisciplinary art and culture collaboration within IIDF. Used to be known as Jakarta Arts Education Institute, or LPKJ, and since 1982 officially known as Faculty of Fine Arts. Programs in IIDF's Faculty of Fine Arts are programs of Fine Arts, Program of Creative Craft Industry, Program of Visual Communication Design, Program of Interior Design, and Program of Product Design with a major in Fashion Design. Program of Interior Design. These programs will teach students to understand and to master various of techniques, process, materials, and works procedures to design living spaces, public spaces, or commercial spaces. The teaching of creation process started from the development of ideas, presentation, and design documents. Students will also learn about the materials, interior design history, and furniture accessories. The program of interior design prepares the students to be interior designer that can compete nationally and internationally. IIDF Faculty of Fine Arts has undergone a lot of cooperation with many parties, from industry, educational institution, national government, and global partners. With more than 100 cooperation in the academic, research, and community service field that has been done by the Faculty of Fine Arts, such as in the field of cultural center and embassy. There are also numbers of awards that has been achieved by the students of IIDF. For further information, you may kindly contact us on
Banyak yang beranggapan bahwa hidup berawal dari mimpi. Maka bermimpilah setinggi mungkin hingga kau sentuh langit biru. Banyak yang beranggapan bahwa hidup itu mengejar harapan. Maka melangkahlah sejauh mungkin hingga harapan itu mendekat. Namun, apa yang terjadi? Saat kita terbangun, mendapati semua harapan kita berlalu. Dalam hidup kita perlu berbagi, tidak hanya mengajari atau menggurui. Kita mengenal warna kemana kita akan melangkah, asalkan tanggung jawab selalu ada. Hidup itu bergerak, mengubah sesuatu yang statis menjadi dinamis. Selama kebersamaan hadir menembus kebuntuan, tertunduk oleh sanjungan, bereaksi akan kesalahan. Kuantitas selalu hadir dalam skala besar, namun kualitas selalu muncul memicu minoritas untuk terus berkembang, menggerakkan semesta dengan satu suara. Interstudi, di mana kita mengenal warna dalam hidup.
Hello, good morning. Welcome back to HDII International Webinar presented by Society of Indonesian Interior Designers or HDII and APSDA and supported by PT Kenari Jaya Prima, PT Review Indonesia, PT Cahaya Lestari Permata Abadi or we call Valentino Gres, PT Laminatek, Kreasi Sarana Vivere Group, PT Tangkas Cipta Optima or TAKO, BINUS University, BINUS TV, Universitas Trisakti, and Sekolah Tinggi Desain Interior Study. So, welcome back. Hello everyone. Hope everyone is well and healthy. My name is Tri Hikmawati, and I'm your moderator for today for session 1, and with the topic Perspective on Interior Design 4.0. So today's topic is very interesting especially for professionals or for students who want to become professional in this upcoming date. So today we have in the studio Ms. Kezia Karin from Indonesia. So Ms. Kezia Karin is as professional experience from 2008, present to present is creative director of Kezia Karin Studio. So she's done a lot of projects. Some of them are Vasa Hotel at Surabaya, East Java, Golden Tulip Holland Park at Batu, East Java, Padma Hotel, Bandung, West Java, Corpus Equity, Jakarta, My Star Restaurant, Surabaya, East Java, and various high-end residences. Also, she's been involved in exhibitions and art installations, such as exhibition at Melandas in 2019, Tom Dixon launching in 2019, The Secret Sanctuary, Louis Vuitton in 2019. So without further ado, let's welcome Ms. Kezia Karin.
Hi, hello.
Hi.
Hi.
So how are you today?
Good, I guess.
Okay, so everyone is wearing a mask now.
Yes,
okay,
yes.
so hopefully it's no problem to you in presenting for today.
I was trying my best.
Okay, thank you very much. So let's hear from Kezia Karin regarding perspective on interior design 4.0.
Good morning, everyone. My name is, you can call me Karin if Kezia Karin is too long, maybe.
Okay.
You can call me Karin, and then I've been in this industry for about 14, 15 years to date. And I think this is an ever-growing, a very interesting industry that I think I'm lucky to work in this industry because it's also my passion. And then Kezia Karin Studio, we are working in, maybe a little bit introduction about the studio.
Sure, of course.
We are working on various projects, including hospitality projects, residentials, high-end offices, and also restaurants. And some of the very interesting ones are, actually we are working in a lot of exhibitions or installations. And then one of the highlight was the Secret Sanctuary for Louis Vuitton in 2019.
Yes, went there.
Yeah, that one
beautiful.
is very interesting. But I don't want to talk too much about it.
Okay,
maybe we just go to the slides and then we will start talking about how interior designers actually immersed into the advanced technology into its practices.
Okay.
So I will share you maybe some of our recent projects. I will just be very quick about it because I think you can go to our website or you can just browse in our Instagram. We are quite active on it. So these are some of the projects we have done. As you can see that we don't really stick to one style, but we tend to be more adventurous. Okay, so let's start. What I see about interior design industry, actually we are somewhat a bit like a late boomer in terms of adapting and using technology in our design processes. But lately I have seen rapid changes, especially last year and this year, where actually those sophisticated technology become part of the interior design process. Some of those things that actually I'm going to share. I have about 5 points, and the first one is all the smart systems. And then these smart systems, whether you believe it or not, is one of the very important part that help us to actually swimming in this through this pandemic season. Why? Because this technology have helped us to be able to cope with whatever conditions and situations, restrictions that we are facing now, because it's integrated, meaning that you can control, you can see a lot of things in one panels. You can read data and analyze data faster. And then the second one that is also very important, because we don't want to touch a lot of surfaces lately, because it's touchless. And then the last one that is actually to me a bit scary, but it's also very turns, because we are human, actually the creators of habit. And I will share you some of the biggest smart system trends 2021. Clever AI become, because they will read patterns through our habits every day, what kind of music that we like, what kind of the room. So the next one that's also related to this is some mood makers. Mood makers is related to lighting, when actually also powered by AI. They can read through your body temperature and also match your mood, and then it will really read into your needs. And then the next one is the smart home healthcare, which is also powered by AI. This one is a device that can help you to know what is going on with your body and make some suggestions. And by reading and analyzing how hot you want our shower in the morning, or how deep is the water for the bathtub when you want to have a bath at night, and how hot is the water. And then smart kitchen, because this smart kitchen, what to do with the food, what is the heat, the perfect heat to cook certain food. And even we also have refrigerator that connects to the marketplace, that can orders whatever you need from the marketplace to do the household chores. The next one is maybe one of my favorite, is the smart home gyms. Smart home gyms actually also powered by AI. Actually, all of these things powered by AI. And the smart home gyms, it's an AI-driven technology, adjustment to your exercise every day. Depends on your purpose, whether you want to lose some body mass, or you want to lose fat, or you want to bulk up your body, sophisticated technology. And then the virtual assistant integration, I think we all now use this. Google Alexa, Siri, and then soon gonna measure the water flows. And then this one is some of the smart system. Okay, we are equipped this with face reading. So the device actually will read your face, scan your face, and determine whether you are actually wearing mask or not. 3D prints, 3D object prints that we also use a lot in our studio. This is some of the example, but now it's not just about 3D, some of the models that we did in our studio. Furniture, handles, design. The first one is design. The first one is design for energy, and then the next one is the design for longevity and flexibility. Better quality rather than to buy things with cheaper price, because then those with the good quality will be durable. Then design for waste reduction, because this is very important. And then when we are talking about waste reduction, air purifier, because we know that air in Jakarta is very polluted, but now I think every household has this air purifier. The green one is made of the green one, and the one on the right is actually made of recycled small batch. The next one is this the next air also very important right now. This augmented virtual and mixed reality have, even though we are separate in the spirit space. And then the next one is and then we go to the last one is the digital furniture. Digital furniture is not furniture that made by digital service gadgets. Such as, table lamp that can be a charging spot. So don't forget that, and hopefully that was a very interesting start for today in the morning with Miss Karin.
My wife and I name our son Pride. Custom share. This new custom share is as beautiful and looking back at my career, I remember thousands of hours I sat at very Herman Miller, their products will always have a place in my home.
Vivere berasal dari bahasa Latin atau bahasa Itali yang artinya adalah to live, untuk hidup.
Satu kehidupan harus terus berkembang, bertumbuh, bertambah kuat, bertambah baik.
Dan sama di organisasi kami pun kami berkomitmen untuk terus memberikan servis yang lebih baik dan juga bertumbuh lebih besar lagi dan berkontribusi lebih besar kepada seluruh stakeholder Vivere Group.
Itu yang menyemangatkan kita.
Kami di Vivere Group bergerak di industri interior and furniture and fixtures industry, di mana kami ada 6 line of businesses. Pertama yaitu kita bergerak di dunia project, trading, distribusi, retail, export, and manufacturing. Di project kami mengerjakan end-to-end service dari kontraktor interior, mechanical, electrical, plumbing contractor, dari office, hotel, apartment, rumah sakit, and some retail shops. Dan untuk mensupport divisi project, kami mempunyai 5 manufacturing facilities dilengkapi dengan cutting edge technology and machineries, di mana masing-masing dari pabrik kami juga mempunyai fokus masing-masing dari woodworking facilities, metal facilities, ratan, panel, dan juga ekspor. Dan untuk ekspor, kami fokus untuk memasarkan produk-produk rotan, kayu, dan juga produk-produk outdoor. Dan kami bukan hanya saja melakukan OEM, tetapi kita juga memasarkan produk-produk desain milik kami sendiri untuk didistribusikan di skala internasional. Dan tentu di bidang trading dan juga distribusi, kami merepresent Steelcase, kami merepresent Vitra, dan beberapa brand internasional lainnya. Tentu ini semua bersinergi dan saling melengkapi dan dapat memberikan end-to-end total solution kepada seluruh stakeholder dan customer kami. Dan di bisnis retail, kami saat ini mempunyai 11 furniture and home decoration store dengan product range yang lengkap, modern, mulai dari furniture, kitchen and wardrobe, dan juga home decoration items. Saat ini juga kita dapat memberikan produk dan juga jasa untuk hospitality market. Kita dapat memberikan produk-produk furniture indoor maupun outdoor untuk kebutuhan hotel, cafe, F&B, dan juga public spaces. Kami adalah perusahaan yang pertama di furniture and interior industry yang go public. Ini menyatakan komitmen kami untuk menjalankan bisnis ini dengan profesional, dengan good governance. We have a very diverse workforce, mulai dari tim engineering, tim project di lapangan, tim pabrik, tim supporting, yang hingga hari ini kita mempunyai lebih dari 1.000 karyawan yang berkarya di Vivere Group. We strongly believe in our people, mereka berkontribusi akan keberhasilan dari Vivere Group. Kita bersama-sama mempunyai satu prinsip pegangan yang kuat, yaitu values dari nilai-nilai perusahaan dari Vivere Group.
Quality people, quality work, dan menciptakan quality life. Itu adalah values kita. Dan saya yakin semua orang mau mempunyai kualitas hidup yang baik.
Vivere
Hello, good morning again. Welcome back. So today we also have a speaker from Philippines who is going to join us. Is Mr. A.R. James Zhao. Hello, Mr. James.
Hello,
Are you with
good
us today?
morning. Yeah, I'm good so far.
So we'll still wait for the connection. Apologize. Hi,
Okay,
Mr.
can you hear
James.
me? Hello,
Hello. Can you hear us from here?
can you hear me well? Oh my gosh, okay.
Oh,
Here we go
I
again.
guess, are you still mute? Your speaker? Can you unmute your microphone? Your microphone is still muted, Mr. James.
Okay, can you hear me now? Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hello, can you hear me?
Please hold on.
Okay, can you hear
Please stay
me?
with us. We're still having
Hello?
technical difficulties here.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Oh, okay. I'm slight hearing you. Again,
Yeah, I can hear
apologies
you
for
also.
the technical difficulties. Yes, Mr. James? Can you hear us?
Good morning. I can hear you well.
Yes.
Yeah. Am I
Okay.
clear
So,
with you now?
while we are trying to communicate with Mr. James, let me just tell you a little bit about Mr. James through his profile. So, architect James Zhao, whose various projects have graced countless magazines and television programs such as Rated K, and a trailblazer in future-proof design and climate-resilient architecture in the Philippines. Beyond his colorful, flamboyant veneer and outstanding architectural project is a man forged by perseverance, hard work, and simply the pure drive to make a difference. Wanting to make a name for himself, he went to Cebu and began starting his practice and building his reputation. Ever in the lookout for fresh ideas, architect Zhao attended the London School of Economics, earning a master's science degree in city design and social science in 2005. When he came back, he was fired up to spread the tenets of green architecture and sustainable living in the Philippines. He pioneered what he calls as Eco House, a series of full-scale, livable models exhibited at the SM Mall of Asia and featured in the front page of the Philippine Daily Inquirer. So, since then, he has been actively designing projects that fuse modern aesthetics, climate resilient strategies and green materials and methods of construction, from residential works to master plan leisure-led resort developments, and spreading his design and architectural philosophy in the Philippines, China, Macau, Singapore, Malaysia, Scotland, and the United Kingdom, among others. For being a leader in eco-architecture and sustainable development, he was elevated as fellow by the United Architects of the Philippines in 2013. Currently, he is the Secretary General of the Asia Pacific Space Designers Association from 2019 to 2021. He was the National President of the Philippine Institute of Interior Design for the 2015 to 2017. So recently, his projects have been featured in Asian Dragon Magazine, Business and Class Magazine, in which he is the cover subject, as well as the Philippines Stapler Homes, Volume 13, that features his critically acclaimed Kite House. Wow, very amazing achievement, Mr. James. So again, are we connected, Mr. James? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Will you do the screen or I do the screen sharing? Hindi niya ako marinig. Hello? Can you hear me?
Okay, can you hear me?
Today,
Hello? Okay.
perspective on interior design.
Okay. Can you hear me now? Hello? Hello? Am I on? Can you hear me? No? Okay. Can you do the screen sharing or I do the screen sharing? Okay. Babe. Share. Ito, share. Oh. Okay.
Okay. So, Mr.
Can I do the screen share now?
Yes, please.
Okay. Okay. Can you see my screen?
Yes, I can see the screen.
Okay, so that's me on the screen right now. Okay, I'll just run through this. I just have a few slides to discuss. Okay, so I'm on the screen right now. So my topic today is perspective on interior design. So what you can see here is D. So as interior designers, we should consider ourselves as pollinators in our built environment. So we know that the bee, the role is to pollinate the trees and the flowers for our ecosystem. Okay. So for today, I will discuss what is interior design has brought about in terms of technology, sustainability, and our quality of life. Okay. Okay, I think the screen is still lagging, but I hope you can hear me well. Is it clear now? Okay, there are several design applications that we can find now through Wi-Fi, like this house home design. So it's so convenient for designers and even homemakers to choose the furnishing, browse through inspirations, and select furnitures that can be used for the interior renovation. So these are both, it comes handy in terms of the interior designers, but also for the homemakers. But you see that now the challenge with this, some homemakers feel that they have now the knowledge just by browsing through this better than interior designers. So that's the first challenge now to us design professionals. We are here to give them the professional service and to give the guidance and counsel to clients to make sure that the right furnishing goes. Of course, if we have clients that needs a space to be designed, they can just take photos, and from there we can do our measurements through these apps like the top measure. We don't need to be there physically, but of you can deliver the design that the client wants for their project. There's also the home styler interior design home rendering. So again, this is also challenging because these tools are also being used by some people who are not really the professional interior designers, and how we can guide them from, you know, intruding into the profession. But beyond that, with this pandemic and with all this technology that we have in mind, of course, have right now, are looking into a more compact living, which a lot of people call the tiny house living. And here you can see a picture of the live work space wherein you have a compact dwelling. We have your office and home is there at the same time. Your home office is situated here. You can see a tiny house wherein you can live and maintain a house simply with a minimal cost. So I think that's one way now that we are looking into the direction of how we should live and use technology. So this tiny house can be incorporated with smart home system, with one thing that we should look into the future of living. Or shall we look into the future of living like in a compact container like this, wherein when you enter, you have the kitchen nook and then the bathroom at the corner, and then your bed, need a household help to do the cleaning, and you can do entirely everything by yourself. And this is what we call the live work tiny home experience. So in terms of sustainability, of course, Miss Karine has already mentioned earlier about some the energy consumption, because we know it is one of the major contributor to climate change. So we must select and choose the things that we put into the house that uses less system. So unlike a few years back, wherein we have lots of what we call gas guzzlers, technology. Today now we have a more efficient technology, and we must consider their life cycle from the extraction of the raw materials to the production, to the transport and processing up to the installation. We should look into the materials, how it is made, and as much as possible, the best way to gauge this is to buy local. If you purchase materials that are produced within the 600 kilometer, then you have what we considered a low impact materials, and that's a good value. Okay. Then we have the zero waste. We must minimize waste in terms of construction, in terms of our interior application, engineered panels. So if we can cut to measure precisely the materials that can be produced off-site or in the factory and produced and brought into the interiors exactly fits into your home or your projects, that minimizes the waste. So that's what I call precision design. We must train designers. So that's one thing that we can look into. And of course, there is the recycling, upcycling, repurposing of materials from one use to the next. And then we must look into the cradle to cradle value and the quality of materials that we use. So at the end of the day, will it go back to Mother Nature and decay to as a soil, or this carefully? And number 4, nowadays it's a trend, biophilic design. We must, especially with the pandemic, a lot of people are now looking outwards and want to be part of nature because you breathe the fresh air. It's either you're in the mountain breeze, or in by the sea breeze. We want to breathe fresh air instead of a container or the contained air-conditioned room or space. Everybody now wants to look into outdoor living. So biophilic design is not just putting plants inside your home or plants on your wall as a green wall. It's also using natural materials like cork, wood, and bamboo especially, that is very sustainable. And then at the end of the day, we must look into the quality of life. As interior designers, we must ask ourselves, what are the quality of life that we can deliver to our clients, especially with this pandemic? It is just beyond the technology that we're giving them, the smart home system, where you can control everything on your iPhone or your gadgets, but also the quality of indoor air quality, the ventilation, healthy space, lighting, and of course, a good acoustics. These are the things that we must consider to deliver to our clients or to our projects in terms of the quality of life. So at the end of the day, as designers, we must be conscious not only with technology, but also how we deliver the materials in terms of the quality and cradle to cradle experience that is good for our environment. So with this, I'll end my discussion, and thank you very much.
So that was an interesting second presentation, and apologies again for the disruption, for the technical problems, Mr. James. So let's just ask, maybe there's anyone, participant who wants to ask questions, please do. So while waiting for the questions, maybe I can ask questions. So maybe for First of all, maybe to you, Mr. James, you were saying about, you know, being challenging and creative to adopt with technology. I was thinking, how do you balance technology and design in your perspective?
We must use technology as for the convenience of our design. So it's a lot of help nowadays for interior designers like us, but at the same time, we must think how it can deliver to the quality of life into our project. So of course, there's the consideration of energy efficiency, and of course the what do you call this, the easy access for the household especially. Very important is like how we can make their life more comfortable. So because you know, we are bridging between the baby boomers and the millennials. Of course, the our baby boomers have more what we call money or wealth, while the baby boomers are just experiencing life. And most of these most of these millennials would rather enjoy and live the experience of life rather than investing on a good quality interior design. So those are the things that we must address nowadays with the widest spectrum of clienteles that we have now.
Yes, that's a very good answer, actually. The need of balance, and also regarding to which, as you said, which generation as well.
Yeah.
Yes. So again, what about what Miss Karin? Do you think will AI, because you were talking more about artificial intelligence, will you
Yes.
think AI will replace human beings or designers in a way in the future? Or
Well,
nowadays?
no,
No.
no,
Okay.
not now.
Not now. Okay.
And hopefully not, anytime soon.
Okay.
Because I still think that human brain has the capability to create a lot of things. But this AI, whatever they can create, even though they are a machine learning, meaning that they can learn from all the data that is provided, but they're still not going to be able to. It's not, they cannot, but it is still far away from the days when they can start something from scratch
Okay.
and create something new. They
Okay.
always need to have this what's it called, data. They have to learn from all those things that we fit to this AI. But the thing about human brains, I think we still can create from zero. And then I think for now, that's one of the strongest ability that we can leaning towards to.
Okay. Thank you very much, Miss Karin. So I think probably in short that technology is still supporting us regarding
Hopefully.
how we design and
Yes.
everything, but the brainstorm is actually from the human beings themselves.
Yes, the way we are human, the ones that understand how we want to live our life, what
Okay.
is good for us.
Okay.
So let's not let the machine to decide, determine the way we live, but it's more for me to how we use those technology for the comfort of our life.
Okay. So thanks again. There's another question from our participants. Okay, so this is to Mr. James.
Yes.
Yes, it's from Peter Nainggolan or Peter or Peter. And he would like to ask how we can choose building material to make our interior design become valuable without make cost much. Maybe it means that not only energy efficiency, but also economic friendly. So not expensive in a way.
Okay. Number one, buy local. Support the local industry. If the furniture is made locally, then we support the local economy and the local craftsmen. That's one. We don't need to have those Italian, European brands. If we can buy locally sourced, locally manufactured furniture, that's the best. locally manufactured decor or wall paneling, that's the best. Let's support local. Okay, what is important? That's why we need, as designers, we are there to help our clients come out with the best design aesthetics with value for their money without spending so much. And that is the best way that we can help our clients.
Yes, I couldn't agree more because I think value cannot is very subjective in a way. So some say it expensive, some say it is standard. So I think the correct answer is the value. So value for the money. So there's another question. Actually, it's for all speakers. Sorry. So first, it's how to create. It's from Miss Chandra Reski Permatasari. She's asking to all speakers how to create and its important impact that the biophilic design concept for well-being and healthy for recently in global pandemic. So maybe to Mr. James first, and then Miss Karin can, we can discuss it about that.
Okay. Biophilic design, of course, as we know, is designing with the inspiration from nature. So especially in the urban, where a lot of people are living in condominiums, they want to look out into the balconies or into the sky or into the outdoors. So creating a pocket garden is very important. Now, if you don't have that balcony in your condominium unit, then you can create a corner in your room and put some indoor plants. But beyond the using of plants on the pots or on the wall, you can also use, as I have said earlier, natural materials like bamboo, cork, and wood. Of course, it's sad to say a lot of furniture now are being sold using plastic, polycarbonate, and steel. But I think we should look into natural materials. And again, let's avoid using materials for indoor finishing with what we call formaldehyde, because formaldehyde are high pollutant into the indoor air quality. As we know, if we use materials with formaldehyde throughout the years, it will emit the bad air and it will pollute the indoor air. And that's what I call killing you softly. So we must avoid materials or products with formaldehyde. These are the few points that I can share with you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. James. I mean, that's interesting to understand more about materials that is related to biophilic design, because Ms. Karin was talking about sustainable design and how
Yes.
renewable material can be used in the sustainable design. So it's actually biophilic is a inspiration from nature, but what about from your perspective?
I think it's not just about using or looking into those organisms to copy the shape, but also to learn how some organism actually can live and survive even in the toxic environment. Meaning that we have to understand, we have to learn how they cope with that. Is now, I think this is not going to be the last pandemic that we are having, even though I'm not
Hopefully
happy saying that,
there's no
but
pandemic again.
yes, but learning from this, I think it's not going to be the last one. So we have to understand and learn how we cope with that, maybe to have a healthier indoor air quality, as Mr. James said before. But also how to cope with all those things, the toxics, and maybe next time it's not going to be the virus, maybe it's going to be something like toxic, or other things, because we live in this era where I just read that even in the placenta they found plastic,
Oh,
microplastic.
okay.
So this kind of thing are the things that I think we have to address in the next design few.
Okay, thank you. Maybe what is again for me looking at this discussion, it's more about it's not about how traditional against technology, but it's how technology will support us nowadays, especially as designers, and how nature can inspire us doing that in the process.
Yes.
Probably something like that. But again, we have another question from our participants. So very energized this morning. So hello, Mr. James and Mrs. Keja. This is from Miss Lina Dewi. What do you think about smart furniture? So furniture that can be flexible, such as cabinet, can be changed to desk and stool, etc. Will it be a new trend of interior design on 2021? What about your opinion regarding this? Since millennial is very flexible generation based on my many research. So maybe this question I'll ask to Ms. Karin first, and then we'll discuss it with Mr. James. So what do you think?
I think because now dwellings, housing, getting more and more expensive in the big cities, because it's getting more expensive, so it's getting smaller. Then it is the task of the designer to design how to work with this limited space. And these flexible furnitures that can transform into the desk that can transform into something others, or the bed that can just disappear into a wardrobe, something like that, is one of the solution. I think it will be. I don't think it will be. It will be, just the only trend that will be big in the future, but it will be big on those areas which space is limited. But if you're talking about Indonesians residential,
Yeah.
you know how big that is.
It's very different.
It's very different. So those kind of residential, I don't think that we will use these furnitures, but it will be, let's say, suitable for those, let's say, tiny apartments, 60 square meters, 40 square meters, the studio type.
Maybe less.
Yeah, or maybe even less. I
Yeah.
saw some is like maybe
28.
28. Yes, 28 square meter, which is like the size of the hotel room.
Yeah.
Then your solution is using these flexible furnitures.
Okay. What about your opinion, Mr. James, regarding that flexible furniture? Will it be a trend because it also related to technology? Yeah.
Yes, I would say compact living and compact space, multifunctional is a trend. But if we go back to the history, the Asian history, how we use the space, imagine our ancestors, they just have one space. During the day, it's where they do their crafts, arts and crafts. And then by noontime, that's where they eat on the floor and by their bed. So it's the same thing, although now we now have the additional of furniture. So furniture now can be like your table, you can have your breakfast, and after your breakfast, you can clean her up and make it as your home office. And then at the end of the day, you can clear it up again and prepare your dinner. So very important, they want functional furniture because they want to spend their money not on an expensive sofa, on expensive dining chair, but on gadgets and travel. Millennials are spending their money, gadgets and travel, and enjoy experience with food. They take pictures of the food and post it in the Instagram. That's how they are now like what I call the victims of consumptions. They are the economy of consumptions. So they consume rather than invest. Our baby boomers want to invest on a big house, on a nice car, and of course, whatever luxury. The millennials now want to invest on experience.
Okay. Wow, that's so true. I mean, I don't really know the how do you say it, the impact of that. But what I know is that in Indonesia, maybe it's very different compared to in the Philippines. I mean, the millennials. I mean, people say here they want a compact living and everything, but some are very, how do you say it? I'm not saying lazy, but it's very hard to do that flexible opening it and putting it back.
Because we get used to have maid.
That's why. So what I'm trying to say is that I think culture also has the influence in how people are living or people are choosing how to live. I mean, How is it in Philippines? Because what I know, because I'm also a designer and Miss Karin too. I mean, nowadays, even though there's compact living, they're used to maids, right? Or helpers.
Helpers
Yeah, yes,
that, yeah.
we are used to helpers, meaning that it's very hard to engage that. I mean, what do you think in the Philippines? Because what I know in like big countries such as UK, because I lived there for so many years. It's very different, Mr. James. Even millennials, they either but they still think of compact living, but it's kind of different in Jakarta.
Yes, I think
Yeah.
it's very different.
Household used to be very available. Nowadays, it's not. It's so hard to find household help that you can trust. So now we have what we call the Girl Friday, who can just go to your unit like once a week to do the cleaning, the ironing, and that's it. All the rest of the week, you yourself has to do the dishwashing and the basic cleaning. So that's
Yeah.
how we are living nowadays.
Yeah. And I guess as designers, we need to adapt to our clients. Okay. So anyway, this morning's last question is from Cecilia Divina. Morning. I'd like to ask, so in some research, I found that one of the designers threads magazines or articles about interior design that tell people to the grammar is a bit themselves, which is actually count as decorating. Oh, okay. Not designing. How do interior designers have to cope with the major society in this developing country, especially Indonesia, who doesn't really value artists and designers? How do we make people understand that we don't just decorate, we design? I can actually answer you that. There's a client of
Go
mine
ahead,
saying
go
that,
ahead.
oh, yeah, why is it, this much? It's just drawing. So they think it's just drawing, so it's not design. So anyway, I can relate to that question. But again, what do you think, Miss Karin?
I think she's just guessing.
Yeah,
She
she's a
might
designer.
She's a designer.
Yeah.
She might be very young. Maybe she just in the industry for less than 5 years.
Okay.
I'm just guessing.
Yeah.
I'm sorry if I'm wrong. But that's happened to all of us, I think, even to me in the earlier days of my career.
Yeah.
And I think that's normal. We all fighting with that. But please understand that our value is not as the same as, let's say, those to-do lists from the magazines, the how-tos, the self-help magazines that are telling us how to tidy up your
DIY,
house.
you mean?
DIY, yes.
Okay.
Or how to create whatever Scandinavian look for your studio apartment,
It's just
let's say.
decoration.
It's because it's decoration. Because design is so much deeper than that. Because we are actually working with the space. What we are designing is the space and function. It's not just putting which face or which wallpapers or which furnitures, because it's maybe just on the later phase of the design that we will decide on those things. But then we are talking about circulations. We are talking about how to planning the space and how to organize all the functions all together in the space. And then it's not just about picking the right sofa. Which color is the sofa? Maybe that's the least and the last problem that we are going to talk about interior designing, or even just picking the colors. So my suggestion is you have to show your clients your worth, your value as an interior designer. What's your added value that you have that you can put into the design, into the space, so that it's no longer just, because I also see that when I come into a, let's say, I'm so sorry, new cafe or restaurant, some of them, this space looks like they just came alive from the Pinterest.
Oh, okay.
You say, I've seen this before, but where maybe in magazine, maybe Pinterest. Okay. Of course, we cannot blame, young designers to do that, but then your value if you do that, because there is no creation value, there is no space planning value, there is nothing special that you add into your work.
Yes, I agree. And actually, it's interesting that at first, Mr. James said about design inspiration can be triggered from websites, right? Like from house and applications, and because of the technology, the interior design 4.0. So that also can be related to what Ms. Karin said. But here in Indonesia, it's again. Unfortunately, that's what's happening, that design needs to be valued more. What about in the Philippines, Mr. James? Is it similar? I'm not going to politics though.
It's
Is it
really
similar?
challenging.
Yeah, it's really challenging, right?
It's really challenging. So
Okay.
we need to well, a lot I mentioned earlier, a lot of people are getting into the, well, nowadays it's more social media. The baby boomers were looking into magazine, Good Housekeeping, architectural design, interior design magazines. Now it's more about Pinterest and all this social media, and they can look into all these designs, and then they feel that they can already create their own. But the challenge there, as I've said, some households think that they can just buy the furniture and put it inside their space. Now, a lot of furniture showrooms would tell us that they don't even know the scale, the measurement. So sometimes they buy furniture, it's so big for their space. So that's when they realize it's not just about selection of buying furniture. It's about scale. It's about scale. It's about color. And at the end of the day, okay. Okay, there's an interference. At the end of the day, as designers, we must give the theme, the design concept to our client, or the story, and how we can make the room or the space with quality of life that they can live in.
So yes, I also agree to that concept and story. So narrative design, I think it's interesting to be more presented and to have more value, so people will appreciate our design. So anyway, before I summarize, oh, is it my choice to choose two participants who will get the special gift? So I think the first question, which was Peter Nainggolan, because he was the first person, and Lina Dewi. Okay, so congratulations to Peter and Lina, who will get the special gift, and we will contact you shortly. So again, I will summarize, and don't go anywhere because we still have a photo session together. So I will summarize for today's presentation regarding the perspective on interior design 4.0. So interior technology has also affected and influenced in the design industry, from smart system to artificial intelligence, which though not replace human beings nowadays, because technology is supporting the design industry, but with the designers itself who has the means to trigger the ideas and to brainstorm. So not only that, but smart tools such as 3D scanners, printers also will help. But remembering the sustainable design and augmented and digital furniture is very important, especially the adaptation to human beings' needs because of evolution and our dependence on technology. So again, inspirations can be from technology based, such as websites and everything, but again the humans itself as the designers who make the design and make the value. So thank you for that, and hopefully you all enjoyed the morning session. So before we end it, can we have a photo session together? And I'm reminding all participants to open their camera. Well, if you're alone, you can, open your mask if you're in the room alone, but we cannot. So, hello everybody, and thank you for joining today's morning session. And please don't go anywhere because the second session will be moderated by Mr. Lutfi, and will be again regarding, the topic will be regarding interior design and the pandemic. So, is everybody ready? I see some who is on the video or camera. Okay. So still waiting. Yes? Okay. So everybody with a smile. Okay. Okay. Second one. Okay. Okay. Second one, there's still a lot of no faces. Please turn your camera on so we can have smiley faces, please. Even though we cannot smile. Okay. Yes, we're still waiting for a photo session. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Yep. Okay, I don't even know whether I'm smiling or not.
I don't even know where I am. Actually.
Okay, thank you everyone again joining us today, and we'll have a break and we'll wait for the second session of today's webinar. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the second session of the international webinar organized by HDII. Today's session will be featuring guest speakers from Indonesia as well as from India. Okay, we are happy to have them. Okay, before we start the session, I would like to, on behalf of the organizer and HDII, I would like to thank the sponsors here, PT Kenari Jaya Prima, PT Review Indonesia, PT Cahaya Lestari Permata Abadi, Valentino Gress, PT Laminatek Kreasi Sarana, Vivere Group, PT Tangkas Cipta Optima, TAKO, BINUS University, BINUS TV, Universitas Trisakti, Sekolah Tinggi Desain Interstudi. Okay, thanks to all sponsors here who make this event possible. Okay. First of all, my name is Lutfi Hassan. I'm a member of SDII. I'm here moderating the session. And today's, the second session of today's seminar is about interior design during pandemic, a disruptive era. Okay, thanks also to all the audience who are patient waiting for this session, and I hope you enjoy and learn from the speakers who will be sharing their experience today. And anyone who has questions, to the audience who has questions, you can send your questions in the chat box, okay? And we will be reviewing, we'll be sharing that with the speakers later, okay? So, okay, I would like to introduce the speakers today. The first speaker will be Ibu Naila Jatnika from Indonesia. Okay, and the second speaker will be BK Tanuja from India. Okay, I would like to read a little bit resume about each speaker. Okay, okay. Naila is okay. She is graduated from Universitas Trisakti, okay, and she is also a member of SDII, and she has been a founder. She is a founder of Design Partners Indonesia as a managing director and yes, owner. Okay. She has been busy in the last year finishing the office of Densu as well as Danone here in Jakarta. She has over like 25 years of experience in the interior design industry, and among projects that she has been doing is aside from Densu and Danone is Adira Finance, Coca-Cola Indonesia, Pertamina Hulu Energi, Philips, ConocoPhillips, and Bank Danamon, among others. Okay, she has a very long experience. That's why we have her here as an expert speaker. Okay, really hope to learn a lot from her. Ibu Naila, thank you for joining the session. And second speaker is Tanuja, BK Tanuja. Is a partner. She is a partner at the architectural studio practice in Kanpinde, Rai, and Chaudhuri, New Delhi, India. Through her professional journey, she has had the privilege of being mentored by some of the modern masters of the country like Padalkar, Joseph Allen Stein, Morad Chowdhury, and Ajut Konpinde. I hope I pronounced it right, Tanuja. Through their works, Kanpinde Rai and Chowdhury aims at creating a sustainable built environment. She, along with partner Sanjay Konpinde, have been pursuing a holistic approach of projects of very in different size and nature, like institute, third generation dairy complex, religious buildings, and residences. Okay, Tanuja is now the president-elect of the Indian Institute of Interior Designers, IIID, National Executive Council for term 2019 to 2020. Okay, as a chairperson of the IIID Delhi regional chapter from 2012 to 2015, and as a chairperson of IIID National Awards Committee and IIID Education Committee for the term of 2015-2019. She has played a key role in promoting the profession by organizing seminars, lectures, and national awards. She is the co-author of the monograph Ajut Kanpinde Akar on the works of modernist Master Ajut Kanpinde, published by Nyogi Books. Okay. Okay, very impressive portfolio and resume, both speakers. Thank you again. Now I would like to give the 20 minutes time to each speaker. Firstly will be Naila, Ibu Naila. You have 20 minutes to share your experience in this disruptive era as put in by the organizer for the topic today. Okay, please. Office transformation.
Halo, selamat pagi. Apakah bisa dengar? Oke, thank you. Halo, selamat pagi semuanya.
Selamat pagi.
Sekarang saya akan mulai aja ya, jadi presentasinya.
Sure.
Oke, pagi semua. Naila, nama saya. So, good morning everyone. I hope that everyone can hear me well. And so this presentation is about the office transformation. So now, today, we're all in the pandemic situation, and it's been already from March until now, it's about 9-10 months already that we've been in this situation. But again, life goes on, work also goes on. It's slow, but slow and sure, but we should be safe to do all this. So let me introduce what's happening right now. It's about the workplace, and we'll look at it as a building, not a place, but more as an experience. So when we say, what are you going today? Usually we say, oh, we're at the office. But now what we're saying is that we can be anywhere. We can be at home, at the office, or as an experience. So for me, it's all about an experience now. It's not about location. The difference between before as a building is that we have our tools. We're connected by real estate. We have hours, which is 9 to 5 usually. And we have our presence should be at the office, should be seen at the office. So, but now, because of the pandemic, what we should do is that we have to be creative. We have to be more adaptable of the situation. We're communicating through mobile. We're communicating through social media, and we can work from anywhere. But mostly is that wherever we should be connected virtually. So how we see the traditional until now is that there is less hierarchy because when we go to the office, it's mostly to team working, to collaboration now. If you want to work, usually we work from home, but when we go to the office, it's more to communicate with others. So if we do that in the office, then we sit at the office as not divided, so there is less hierarchy. Also, we think by ourselves, so we should be innovative. We should be self-disciplined. Also, so we should not dependent on others nowadays. And all through all this should be coaching and mentoring. For the spaces itself, we will look the office as in 4 big spaces area. It's the private focus space, which we want to focus. It can be the working space where we can touch down just a few hours or work if we need it full time. We need places to collaborate, to have meetings, but mostly those areas should be interactive. And social hub, breakout, reception to meet, lounge, and also we're going to add relax and recreational area over there. So all that during the pandemic and maybe next in the new norm is that we should be flexible, we should be mobile, digital workplace, everything is about technology and well-being. So this is the four keys that we see that is going to happen or is happening right now already. So as we said before, it's an experience. It's about well-being, and most importantly, it's about technology. So we can see that there is four scenarios. We can say that it's traditional previously, and we can say that it's an agile on scenario one. So before the pandemic, we already have the agile system, the activity-based working, where people already work from home once a day, once a week at home. So there is a few multinational that's done that. And then we are now in COVID, but new norm during COVID, which we have to work 25 to 50%. And we have protocols to work on it. And we have also, but we have the same rental space. And then when we say post-COVID, some of my clients will say that it's about 3 years. So we are aiming to another year to be in this situation. But they're saying that if we can work from home now, so it should be a new norm, a new work system that we can work remotely. So it's about 50-70% of the staff working at the office. So we have like desk available for 50 to 70%. It's divided that we can work from home or from anywhere and at the office. The working space is less hierarchy, so it should be modular. It should be shared. A lot of those collab and virtual meeting, and also smaller rental space at the end, which is about 15 to 20% less. So the secret of change is not to keep the old, but we have to build in the new. The 4 key points now for the project for the office is mobility, is the choice of work, again, well-being and integrated technology. Mobility is you can work from anywhere, health and well-being. You feel safe at the office. You feel healthy at the office. Technology is about your safety and also your connection. So it's about touch, non-touch doors. It's about everything on top of your fingers. It's about everything about virtual, digital connection. So for the trends itself, I won't say trends as a design, but trends of the points that need to be reminded to all is more about function. So for me, about design trends, it's about, for sure, is flexibility, is how, when, and where. You want to be by yourself, you want to do a collaboration, you need to be in a meeting, connected, interactive, anywhere, if possible, is connection to Wi-Fi, to internet. And you can connect half a team from remote and half a team is at the office now. When we say breakout, it's more like work and meet. I will say is to a work cafe is not a breakout anymore, because it's also a place that if you have more people coming in, but you have less space, then this breakout can be a work cafe. So more as a co-working system. There is another one, a new words, that is resimercial. So you're working from home, but you're also working to the office. It should it shouldn't be different between those two places. It has to be between them. It's in between to be the design should be comfortable, warm, and then when you go from one place to another place, it's the same situation. It's the same for your wellness also, so you don't feel that, oh, one day you're at the office and it's so corporate look, and another one you're at home with your t-shirt and being very relaxed. So design wise, maybe we can do something in between, which is we call it resumercial. I also feel that something that's monochromatic will be too plain. I think from home, if you go to the office, we need some splash of colors, of graphics, and things like that. As we said before, you heard already in previous seminar or webinar about biophilic, bringing the outside inside. You can bring your, now everyone has a hobby of having planters at home. You can bring it at the office also. So it should be natural planters. And for me, same as James, for the economy, a touch of local elements that you have to help the community, help your local vendors, suppliers, and also a touch of local details will be also nice to have it in the design. And the other one for sure is still your company or your client's identity that needs to be shown in the design. So conclusion again for HDII 38th anniversary, and thank you.
Your peace of mind, your insight on the current trend, okay, triggered by the pandemic, okay, I'm sure the audience will have presentation by BK Tanuja from India. Tanuja is the president-elect of the IIID. Experience. It's please, it's your show now.
Morning, Lutfi. Are you able to hear me?
Hi. Good morning.
Morning. Are you able to hear me? Okay. Are you able to see the screen as well? I'm unable to see or
Yes. Yes.
because I can hear my own voice. Now it's okay. Yeah, so may I start? Okay. Warm wishes to President Rohadi.
It's okay. Hadi is in the studio.
There's an echo from there.
Lutfi, there is an echo from there. I'm unable to actually.
Come again. Okay.
Let's put this there. No, put it horizontally. So
Is there any connection problem from your end?
are you able to?
Yes.
Hear your own voice.
Okay. So warm wishes to President Rohani, President Hafsada, Lia Aziz, Lutfi, and all members of HCII and my fellow members from India. Congratulations on your 38th anniversary. It gives me great pleasure to be part of this program and to share the experiences through the special times that we've all been through. You know, interior design during pandemic, when Lutfi asked me to speak on this, and he said a disruptive era, I started thinking back, has it really been disruptive? Or have we all evolved through the last few months? And really speaking, I think it really made a huge difference to the way we look at things. It became a phase. It became a constructive phase, and we go through this. It was a phase that suddenly took us by surprise. Things just came to a stop. Government announced lockdowns. We had to put our pen down. Studios closed. All of us just stayed home, had really no idea on what to expect, and sudden fear gripped everyone. Life came to a standstill, and we were suddenly into a mode of slow learning and slow living. It also saw a phase which had the most ruthless displacement of migrant labor, and this is what happened in India. I mean, I'm talking about positioned from our country. You know, this is what all of us felt, that the migrant workers who are an integral part of our urban centers may never come back to the cities, because the way they had to go back was really heartrending. The image, which is at the bottom right, you can see a little child, people walking back home thousands of miles, because there were no trains, there were no buses, there were no modes of transport, and they all wanted to go back home. So it was something which was really very, very disturbing to everybody. It was disturbing to people who went through it. It was disturbing to people who also stayed in the comfort of their home. We also had, it was a phase when we had a loss of a lot of a designer fraternity, some to COVID and some otherwise. but it was all sudden and we could not really bring a closure to our associations with them. It was also a phase that saw a deep appreciation of nature. Suddenly, things around your home became what you associated with. You suddenly saw nature in different light. It was the only saving grace through the period of lockdown. You noticed the changing pattern, the changing light. There was no human movement in urban centers. So nature managed to reclaim its lost glory. There was spring in the air because it was March. So the sky became blue. The only sound was birds chirping. The produce, which some of us may have had the opportunity of having around the homes, gardening, pursuing hobbies, tying up with families, became the most important. The rustling of leaves and even beauty in the fallen became something which really gave inspiration. It was also a phase that made us great learners. You know, at the platform, Institute of Indian Interior Designers, there were a lot of webinars through all the chapters and centers. The members were engaged with. There was exchange of ideas. Digital medium was the only connect that we had. Telephones was really the only life support system. Webinars, the new hangout. Fraternities sharing their knowledge across the globe, overcoming the geographical and language barriers. And we also became great teachers. There were opportunities, again, the Institute took the initiative of having various programs where people came across and shared their knowledge very freely. So there was also exchange of ideas and the ways of going forward in both teaching. So, you know, I mean, it really was a challenge for those who teaching design without really kind of interacting in person in a studio became really something which was a challenge. So we needed to find softwares and technologies where we could annotate and interact with students and get the best. And I think we are learning new things every day. We are learning new commands every day. So it's been one of great learning and teaching. It also became a time to prioritize. So you suddenly had time to celebrate the festivals because you no longer could run. You know, I mean, we were so used to a busy life that none of us had time for families, but suddenly you were stuck with a situation where you were with the family all the time. So it needed to be, you know, prioritized. There were also situations where you started working out of home. You needed to connect with your staff. It gave you time to introspect. It helped you, you know, exert frugality in everything that you did. It helped you value the moment. It helped you redefine spaces. So the challenges that the interior design faced were with the work from home culture, we needed to reconfigure residential spaces. Homes suddenly became small. There was an aspect of noise pollution. A family worked, every member of the family worked, including a school-going child. So you suddenly had want for spaces which were free from noise. I mean, each other's interaction on Zoom platforms became problem areas. So you needed to reconfigure these spaces. Office and commercial sector, suddenly we have a situation where people are working from home, and a lot of people have also realized that it's possible to actually not have to be in a office space. So there is a glut of the office spaces which are available, and we need to kind of relook and reconfigure all of them. Retail experience again changed dramatically. E-retail became something which was, very accepted. So what do you do with all the retail spaces? What do you do with the malls? How do you kind of relook at it? So these are all challenges that one is facing. Again, the hospitality sector is something where we need to redefine, because what we are going through today is really something that is here to stay for a while. As where I'm positioned as a president-elect of the Institute of Interior Designers, which is across the country. India is a large country, 2,500 kilometers across both ways. We have 33 chapters and centers and 8,500 members and growing. And interior design is really a profession which is fast growing. We all know that presently it's really shells which come up, and the interior design is what makes a huge difference to the way people live and people work. So what I thought would be appropriate is to really have voice of designers from across the country also share this platform and also share it with all of you. So I've selected the red dots that you see on the screen: New Delhi on the north, Kolkata on the east, Bangalore in the south, and Ahmedabad in the west. So I've selected designers who share with us their thoughts and how they've been able to kind of look at the phase which went by, and also academicians. Just give me one moment. I'm going to play a video. So is it possible to just mute the BINUS TV? Is that a possibility?
Yeah, you can play the video.
Yes.
No problem.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Swanson Kapoor of Saka Studio, and this COVID pandemic has actually been an opportunity rather than a challenge. And although there has been a disruption in the way that we live, work, and practice, it has also been a time where I think people have had the opportunity to get a heightened awareness of what is really essential and what is really necessary. For us, it has also been a reinforcement of the values of sustainability that we have stood for over the last 20 years. And I'm sharing two projects today which work at very different scales, one at city infrastructure and one on heritage restoration, but both of which and a deep awareness of the resource implications of our design choices. The Samadhan Hub has been designed in collaboration with the Gurgaon-based NGO Gurgaon and conceptualized as a waste solution space that functions as an open-air interpretation center, recycling station, and workshop space that propel action wall. The information walls feature printed graphics of upcycled tracewood. The recycling station was made in bamboo tree, and the recycled bins were made from reused metal tree guards. The exhibition space is conceptualized by Arun Kumar as a cathedral to waste. The design grew out of a vision to demonstrate what wealth waste can be. All the building materials are upcycled waste or completely biodegradable. Bamboo mud walls, waste steel mesh Gabion walls filled with AC insulation, cement waste. Other features include glass bottle seat walls, pathways from broken cement waste, solar lights, and a small retention pond that collects surface runoff. A collaborative team of waste management experts, graphic designers, and skilled workers came together to create this. The Rhodesia House manifests celebrating its reimagining in the local community and larger Gujarati diaspora. This is enabled through a minimal intervention while adding a reaching year program of activity, removing false ceilings, removing layers of paint from original zinc metal ceilings and woodwork, and adding modern infrastructure was carried out. The concept of this great hope for a future that deeply questions the status quo and explores an alternate reality which is grows out of sustainability. Also, a focus on programs that are adaptive, resilient, and nimble, and very quickly adapt to change, which is how the future is going to be.
Audio,
Tanuja?
yeah. Can you hear the audio? Is there a problem? Can I reshare it?
There was no problem until the end of the video. But, like 80%, it's okay. Only towards the end.
I'm just sharing. I'm just continuing.
Hi, this is Pooja Bihani, Principal Architect and Designer at Spaces in Design, Kolkata, India. The last year of the pandemic has been extremely evolutionary. Hope and human zeal to fight has prevailed into a compressed expression of many things to come in the next 5 years or so. The pandemic, hence, I feel, was surely not a destructive era, at least not in the field of interior design. In fact, it has proven to be very constructive in many ways forward than one. The pandemic did little impact to interior design but did wonders to human effort. It is with this effort that I express the journey of my firm in the last 9 to 10 months or so.
So why constructive? What is this life full of care? We have no time to stand and stare. By W.H. Davis. The time to design and inner reflection could not have been more appropriate. The 3 months of lockdown helped us to stop and look back, to question and revisit our intent to design. Are we justifying the client's needs and the site calling, or just prototyping? As Stephen Covey rightly says, between the stimulus and response is the freedom to choose, and most answers are in this gap. Unfortunately, in a rut system of profession that we live in, we can't wait and find the gap. Lockdown was such a blessing in disguise to wait, to reflect, and to sense. Design thus has surely evolved. We as people have evolved. We as a team and a community learned practical and new ways of interacting and entertaining ourselves. We now realize that small queries can be resolved virtually within minutes instead of the hassle of a noisy traffic. This modular meeting is not only faster but also harmonious and eco-friendly, the contribution to saving time, fuel, and pollution.
Hence, we implemented new SOPs and systems of delegation, implementation, coordination, and follow-up, only to realize as normal action now, these are so much more quicker and give more clarity than sometimes even one-on-one meetings. This data analytics seems a new way forward. We would not have stretched but for the forced remote working during pandemic. The unlock periods, we swiftly comforted our laborers and sanitized our sites. We invited teams to come and stay on the site for faster but safer ways of execution.
We built a system and a decorum on site for continuous hand sanitization. The laborers on site were encouraged to distance and keep isolation. This was another blessing. The sites moved forward and in fact in a position to hand over a few sites before time. Would not have been possible in a normal day working with limited man hours.
But there's a sentiment that has enveloped the whole country and the world of love for homes because people spend so much in homes during the lockdown period. So there is an innate need to build infrastructure and one's house. So it's a good news for all of us as designers and architects. In fact, there was a definite boom in the profession because record sales were done during the unlock period. I know of two promoters in Kolkata who sold record and bunch of flats and recovered their inventory. So eventually, all these flats and apartments will be done up with good news for all of us. Yes, there were temporary disruptions, inhibitions, and anticipations, but we as humans know how to adapt, and especially we as designers are used to working in extreme conditions and dates and budgets, and the to meet
beautiful house. The beautiful in Ahmedabad city. We have this house recently, and during the pandemic time and lockdown time, actually workers could work because it was a so they can we have cantilever the house being because I wanted a very personal where much of culture and heritage got all furniture from the house. Where of furniture got all furniture from the parents' house and did the need of the from about
migrant majority libraries. An idea majority libraries. And I was honest that this is series of as a trade supporting this cause. Unfortunately, and on the other, our trade members pitched with sponsorship. Three NGOs that we had identified. The team is sustainability is the future, handmade is the mantra, and indigenous is forward. Especially when ours is a craft-rich nation, where every region is blessed with a vibrant craft. During the lockdown, I grabbed an opportunity to collaborate a movement to connect designers with craftspeople. We published a trends letter compiling efforts of different designers working with craft. September saw the peaking of COVID, post which the numbers in Qatar declined. People were fatigued with virtual meetings and were aching for some social. At this time, for the design hub, Corsi started planning a mini weekend version of design, such as a series of exhibitions with emphasis on the hand-drawn mapping journeys. Held at BI's 9 by Joy and Sunita of 100 Hands, the large airy open spaces made the most fun. A light was put up by Raja. While lectures were on all day, the evenings saw design exchanges on basics like infrastructure, conservation, and education. At the roof, it brought together artists, professionals, and industries in a true of our city's spirit. At a personal level, it was back in the spaces like veranda, tier, and garden. Now, more than ever to climate resistant design using materials and techniques, rebuilding existing structure, and integrating crafts into our interiors.
Hello everyone, my name is Maliha Sultan Chaudhary. I'm the head of the department of the design. I'd like to share today with you that we have continued to teach via the hybrid mode. I'm going to be sharing slides with you, which in some ways culminates many of our thought processes, brings to light the various aspects thought were very important. First up, I think the instant reaction of a pandemic was to keep to stage. The solution for that was creating opportunities. How do we create opportunities? So we were working on many competitions, international, national. We were working on many projects which kept them extremely inspired and very helpful for both the faculty and the students. The next thing that we worked on was to foster holistic and integrated design. Discipline in many ways, but worked on this more meticulously while we were in a pandemic. The intention was to convert this disruption into something extremely constructive and not hinder the learning process. Planning the semester became very critical, and the idea of IIDF was almost central to how we delivered the various subjects and across the levels. Understanding how one field communicates with another gave us very students that and the faculty that there are many fields and many aspects that we need to learn, and how one thing communicates the other became very important, because the organic idea of these ad hoc sessions that during the completely lost starting March. The other thing was to try and see how so could there be a sort of assignments, tasks, specializations which could be divided with this informed target, as opposed where, everything has a certain set of deliverables at a target. So dividing of that burden helped both the faculty members and the students hugely. I call this the don't blink part. So I'm going to take you through a little bit of what really we do at the Academy. We do something called the graduality learning, where many aspects are continuously learning throughout level learning. We start with simple, then we go on to the more complex, and then we even went to the idea of creating new and futuristic parameters and understanding, and continue with the same framework, made even more solid and delivered it with a sense of how is their response of the mad dystopian time going to come back and yield results and understanding of the space design solution. Then mapped this onto an overall framework of what is the course journey for the students. So the pink highlighted modules became important. Students who were studying culture, they were locked down, they were in their spaces, in their regions. We said, okay, let's try and turn this around. How can you continue to study culture? Similarly, our modules were also dealt with. We also mapped this across how face-to-face learning, synchronous online learning, and asynchronous online learning can be married all together into making that complete. We started mapping specializations, we started mapping people, the specialized people in one domain, in one campus. This academy run this course across 5 campuses. We realized that some people who were sitting in Delhi could actually impart the knowledge for the other campuses also. We did the same thing with international connect opportunities and the industry connect opportunities. And what it did is the outcome and the growth of the student. But when we saw the end of the semester, there was a marked improvement in the kind of quality we saw.
Could see how we how there's been time has in your country, it's happening. So what actually was resources frugally, and we just learning and functioning is here to. It also makes, because the war and we were kind of having all of that. So maybe we become responsible there, but connections across globally, across, and is the asset. Where we are after trying almost a year, I think much stronger, more centered, and ready the togetherness. Thank you. Yeah, Lutfi.
Yes. Thank you for
Lutfi, are you there?
Yeah. We have now maybe here in Japan. Yeah, all needs that we it may what you Okay. Are you still there? Okay. Continue our session. Okay. Okay. I may recap. Uh, the voice. Okay. Okay. We need to. I was told. I mean,
Berdiri sejak Februari tahun 1965, Kenari Jaya telah membuktikan diri sebagai distributor pertama di Indonesia yang khusus menyediakan produk kunci dan perlengkapannya dengan reputasi tinggi. Turut berperan aktif dalam pembangunan negara dan masyarakat melalui penyediaan berbagai produk arsitektural hardware. Kami berkomitmen penuh pada kualitas dan estetika produk, serta berupaya memberikan pelayanan terbaik kepada konsumen melalui dukungan sumber daya manusia yang terlatih dan profesional, sehingga perusahaan mampu menghasilkan kinerja tinggi dan memberikan manfaat bagi para stakeholders. Dengan visi untuk menjadi perusahaan terunggul di bidangnya, kami selalu mengedepankan kenyamanan konsumen dan standar mutu yang sudah teruji. Kami menyediakan pelayanan produk dengan kualitas terjamin dan bergaransi.
Kami selalu mengikuti perkembangan teknologi bidang perkuncian dan perlengkapannya, serta terus mengembangkan pasar dengan menjalin kerjasama dengan berbagai pihak di berbagai kota-kota besar di Indonesia, agar produk-produk kami dapat mudah didapatkan oleh para pelanggan kami.
Kami menyediakan produk kunci dengan sistem master key, di mana dengan satu anak kunci master dapat membuka banyak pintu. Kami juga menyediakan jasa untuk membantu konsumen merinci dan menyediakan penggunaan produk yang disusun sesuai fungsi dan kebutuhan pintu serta jendela berdasarkan gambar rancangan bangunan. Bila diperlukan, kami juga siap melakukan survei terhadap pintu dan jendela pada bangunan Anda, serta membantu memberikan solusi bagi masalah Anda tanpa dipungut biaya. Kami juga memiliki teknisi yang selalu siaga 24 jam, siap dipanggil untuk membantu Anda menghadapi masalah kunci atau perlengkapan pintu dan jendela yang bersifat darurat. Untuk memudahkan konsumen mendapatkan produk keamanan pintu dan jendela serta perlengkapannya, saat ini jaringan penjualan Kenari Jaya sudah menyebar ke seluruh wilayah Indonesia. Dengan komitmen untuk selalu menjaga hubungan baik dengan konsumen dan tidak pernah berhenti melakukan pengembangan dan inovasi produk yang menjadi kunci kesuksesannya, Kenari Jaya akan terus hadir memenuhi kebutuhan produk keamanan pintu dan jendela bagi masyarakat Indonesia.
Throughout this year, we found ourselves having to rethink, reevaluate how our offices function. Striving to achieve the perfect balance of working from home while also maintaining the inspiration that have allowed us to become an international award-winning team. My name is Rifano Satria. I'm the lead designer of the architectural practice MSSM Associates, and together with my wife, built the interdisciplinary design firm RSI Group, founded in 2010. As of 2020, we now have offices in 3 Indonesian cities, Europe, Middle East, and Australia. Herman Miller products have been part of our team ever since we started in 2010. In fact, we're such a huge fans of their products that my wife and I named our son Eames, an homage to the Eames lounge chair. The iron chair I'm sitting on has been part of my daily life for the past 10 years. Used every day for work and play, and the fact that the chair is in the exact same condition it was 10 years ago made me want to add an additional item to my growing collection. That is when I decided to try the custom chair. This new custom chair is just as beautiful and ergonomic. I found that it has all the functionality of the iron chair with a few extra features that make me fall.
Today's webinar. Okay, this webinar is organized in commemoration of to celebrate the 38th anniversary of HDII or of Himpunan Desainer Interior Indonesia yang ke-38. Okay, we just listened to two presentations presented by Ibu Naila on office transformation, and the second presentation was shared by BK Tanuja from Institute of Indian Interior Designers, the president-elect of the IIID. Okay, it's really interesting. There are many interesting points that shared by the two speakers, and if I may recap what has been shared by Tanuja in the second presentation, that the resources are limited to be used frugally, and hybrid learning and functioning is here to stay, and physically distanced but opportunity to build connections. So, and the last one is human resilience is the greatest asset. That's very interesting. It's very strong words. And from Ibu Naila, I'm learning today is the trend of the workstation or the work office or the office, the transformation of the office. There are many scenarios that shared by Ibu Naila, and there's one statement that is very interesting here is the secret of change is to focus all of your energy not on keeping the old but on building the new. Okay, so really it's very looking forward thinking, and also here it's very interesting, all the keywords that shared by Ibu Naila, the trend of resimercial, okay, and also the work cafe, and there's other one that I'm really interested is the basically the the significance of health, mental, and well-being, and the impact of digital technology. Okay, so now we are having some questions from the audience. Okay, I will check the questions here. Okay, maybe the next one. Okay. Okay, here's the one. Okay, from Putri Prabu Utami, to all speakers. She wants to know, she wants to ask whether in your country or in your own country, are you still making design concepts, applying architectural and design principles or concepts related to the culture in your country? Okay, for example, suppose the concept of space orientation and etc. Okay, I'm trying to understand the question. Okay, the question is, what are the the basis of your when you make design? Okay, is it more architectural or design base related, driven, or is it more culture driven? Basically, that's the question. Okay, thank you, Putri. I hope I understand your question correctly. Okay, Ibu Naila, you may want to answer the question first, or Tanuja. It's your call.
I can try to answer first. Hi Putri. For us, because we're doing corporate office mostly at the office in my company. So mostly what we do is that we do also private multinational companies. And when we do, for instance, a brand like Coca-Cola, what we wanted to do is to show the client that this is an office. It's not only functional, but we want to show that it's also that this is an office in Indonesia. So we like also that it's not only the function driven, but also some details. So if you see from my slides, the local elements, the local details is implemented in our design. And we try to do that almost to all of our projects, because when we show to the client, we want to show that this is an office that's located in Indonesia, and it can be shown through the project reference, through photo, that's yes, this is in Indonesia. Because when you see all those corporate companies, usually when you see the photo, you don't know if it's in Europe or it's in the US or in Singapore or Hong Kong. So to do these local elements for me is I will say it's a must for me, because it's also a proud for us, and it's well known to everyone.
Banyak, saya udah berhentiin semua.
Thank you.
Ya, makasih.
Ada suara orang.
Ya, silakan diteruskan aja, Bu Naila. Tadi nggak tahu ada.
Ya. Kayaknya saya udah jawab ya tadi ya. Jadi kalau dari from my two slides that you've seen, that is you have to put. I think for me it's a must to have those local elements and also local material, and also in this situation for economy, to help the local economy, Indonesia economy, you should select local material now. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ibu Naila. Tanuja.
Yeah. You know, I would actually like a situation where the design solutions are really context specific. So where you are positioned and the resources that you have are really something to celebrate, to work with, to identify. So we look at situations where functionality is important, but that is not it alone. Because what you look at is the manner in which you are able to portray where you're positioned.
Okay.
Yeah, and given the scenario that all of us have gone through, we've seen how it is important to actually be rooted and to be able to look at things which are available across. We had a situation where there were a lot of travel which happened across to the Far East from our country, and a lot of the furniture, etc., came in from there. But I think all of that will actually get transformed and change, because I think the situation has come where we need to now look at what we do, how we do, and how we bring to the fore the resources that we have. And as cultures, I think all our cultures are very, very rich in craft. And these are things which have also made the past few months more bearable, where we live, where we work, because there are small interventions, but they've given actually joy to what we look at. So Fitri,
Okay.
does that answer your question?
Yes, I think so. I think, Putri, I hope you get the answers from both speakers. Okay. It's a good question. Thank you. Okay. We have some more questions. Okay. For your information, I have my own question, but I will prioritize the audience. Okay. All right. This is okay. I have to like summarize the questions because it's a bit long. Okay. Basically, Cecilia Divina, okay, she has problem in communication, in study in study online. Okay, okay, can you go? Yeah, scroll down, yes, please. Okay, thank you. Okay, do you have a suggestion for students and lecturers to maximize our learning process? Okay, due to the change of the way we learn, okay, from offline to online, more offline to more online. Do you have any like suggestions? Not only to the students, but also to the lecturers. Yes, Tanuja, please go ahead.
Yes, yeah. As you saw in the slides that I shared, we actually had learning programs for teachers as well. So it was about learning new methods and new techniques to actually engage. You had one of the speakers, Maliha, who's heading organization institutes across 5 centers in the country. And she showed how they actually look at, variations and the method that they are using to engage with the students. So there are projects which the students are given or the students can take, which are located where they are. And I also believe we have done very well for the last year. Are you able to hear me, Lutfi?
Yes, yes.
So we've done kind of well in this hybrid way of learning, but I feel there is also the desire now for everybody to want to connect in a space. So I think gradually things are opening up and we will be getting back into a system where we all function out of a common space, where we work out of studios, because we have realized at the end of the day, we are human beings where that physical connect is very, very important.
Okay.
But having said that, I think technology has given us a great edge and we've learned much more in the last year than we would have done in a few years had the same pace gone on. Because like I said, telephone was our only connectivity, Wi-Fi was our only connectivity, and there were a lot of situations where Wi-Fi was a problem. Like this morning, I think Wi-Fi at my end has been an issue. But, you realize that has connected us world over. It has given us ways. So the way I would say that a student or a teacher would look at is really connect up and see what best suits you. Because what suits somebody else not suit you. You know, a method of functioning, because the cultures are again different. So you look at situations which work best for you. So what the situation does is really widen the way you look at things, but the perception is really finally yours. So you have to get the inspiration, you have to be aware, but it is an ideal moment to ideate and innovate.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you, Tanuja. I hope that answered your question, Cecilia. And Ibu Naila, you have something to share as well?
Okay. For me, as I said in my slide, it's about self-discipline. It's about for ourselves to try to study, to Google, to go through the internet about new things. It's not. I don't think it should be the teacher who has to tell you, but it's yourself. You should, you should browse every new things. And for us, it's more like technology. Yes, you can learn what is standard. When you go to school, you have your curriculum. But additional of that is, as we said before, technology is something that's improved. It's developed so much. And because of technology will be, I think, the next step of our design about touchless gadgets, about digital, about the new apps, for instance. So those are the new. I think you have to learn by yourself and look around you, what you should see around, what is happening in the world, not only here in Jakarta or Indonesia. So self-discipline and be eager to learn a lot more than what is inside your curriculum, because it's changing. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ibu Naila. So the two keywords, self-discipline as well as technology, right? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. And there are some more questions, okay, because there are quite many. So can I go through all the questions, please? Yes, please. Okay. Don. Okay, no. Scroll up, please. Thank you. Terus. Okay. Okay. Terus. Yes. Okay. 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 Maybe scroll down again. Okay. 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 There is one question here from Fitri Purwanti. Okay, to all speakers. She asked about how to design a small space, basically. Okay, I'm going to ask this to Ibu Naila. How do you are talking about office transformation, okay? And what you are showing is basically a large corporation's office like Danone and Dentsu. Okay, how do you handle small space office in this, in response to this pandemic?
If I look at it, for the small offices, okay, the question is here and there. For the offices, if I see in the future, it's getting smaller also, because as we said before, you work remotely. So if it's a small office, make sure that the function is not about workplace, but it's more about places to collaborate for teamwork. We can work at home, but when we come to the office, we will try to teamwork with others. This is the time that we meet and to teamwork. So functionally, you can work in a coffee shop and things like that, but for a small office, have like those virtual meetings area where you can connect and where you can also, it's all flexible. You can work, but also you can arrange the tables because it's flexible, to have like a meeting table, a meeting configuration. So for the small area, small space, is more like everything should be flexible and do everything digital. No filing, no big library. Yeah, that's my answer. Hope it
Okay.
helps.
So
Thanks.
again, back to technology, right?
Yes, and flexibility.
Yes. Okay. Okay. I'm afraid that I've been reminded by the organizer that would be the last question for this session. Okay. I would like to thank again Tanuja and Naila for your time, for your insights. Okay, for sharing with us here in the studio with me and also with the audience especially. Okay, we have quite large audience today. Thank you again for listening, for joining this webinar. And I'm supposed to choose like 2 best questions, okay, that will get some goodies from the sponsors. Okay, okay, I think Cecilia and Putri will get all ladies here. Okay, Cecilia and Putri, not Fitri. Okay, Putri. Okay, all right. Okay, you will get the some goodies from the goodie bags from the organizer. Thank you. And okay, before we end this session, we are also supposed to take a group photo. Okay, where there will be some takes. Okay, by the admin here. Okay, so I think I will have to moderate the photo session now. Okay, so you can you can post any style. Okay, 1, 2. Okay, hang on. Okay, okay, okay. Can you please, everyone, turn on your camera, your video? Okay, your video, please. Yes, thank you. Okay, so that we can see. Okay, we can see you. All right, good. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Okay, one more time. Okay, satu kali lagi. 3, 2, 1. Udah cukup ya? Are we okay? Good. Okay. Thank you, everyone, for joining the seminar of the international webinar organized by SDII to celebrate the 38th anniversary of HDII, of Himpunan Desainer Interior Indonesia, or Indonesian Society of Interior Designers. Okay, this is this event is possible because of the support of our sponsors here, the PT Kenari Jaya Prima, PT Review Indonesia, PT Cahaya Lestari Permata Abadi, Valentino Grass, PT Laminatek Kreasi Sarana Vivere Group, PT Tangkas Cipta Optima Tako, BINUS University, BINUS TV, Universitas Trisakti, Sekolah Tinggi Desain Interstudi. Okay, dan I would like to remind you that our next session will be at 1 p.m. Okay, at 1 p.m. So it's 1 hour to go. Okay, will be moderated by Francis Surya Saputra, and the speakers will be Iklim Tan and Samuel Budiono. Okay, for now, I would like to have a nice day, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Bye all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Sini deh, lihat fasilitas BINUS lewat virtual tour.
Hai teman-teman, selamat datang di BINUS University. Kalian tahu nggak sih, saat ini BINUS University memiliki 150.000 komunitas BINUSian yang tersebar di berbagai kota di Indonesia, mulai dari Greater Jakarta, Bandung, dan Malang. Dengan mewujudkan semangat fostering dan empowering, kita berharap para komunitas BINUSian tersebut dapat memberikan dampak yang besar bagi seluruh masyarakat Indonesia.
Untuk mewujudkan semangat tersebut, salah satunya adalah dengan dukungan program dan fasilitas yang disediakan. Sebelum kita masuk, kita harus mempunyai BINUSian Card.
Ini merupakan kartu identitas untuk mengakses semua fasilitas di BINUS University dan sekarang sudah tersedia versi digitalnya loh. Keren kan?
Ya udah yuk.
Ruang workshop dan furniture interior design atau biasa akrab disapa dengan bengkel interior design merupakan tempat untuk program interior design mengerjakan proyek dan melakukan praktek. Di ruangan ini, biasanya praktek yang dilakukan menggunakan alat-alat seperti bor, paku, palu, dan semacamnya.
Lab Interior Design juga merupakan fasilitas yang disediakan bagi program interior design. Berbeda dengan bengkel interior design yang ada di kampus Anggrek, ruangan ini digunakan untuk melaksanakan pameran karya-karya mahasiswa dan belajar mengenai ilmu-ilmu interior design.
Nah, itu dia tur kita pada hari ini di BINUS University. Selain fasilitas-fasilitas yang udah kita lihat, masih banyak lagi loh fasilitas yang gak kalah keren dan canggih.
Jangan lupa kunjungi websitenya di www.binus.ac.id dan jangan lupa follow Instagramnya ya @binusuniversityofficial. Sampai jumpa di BINUS.
Berdiri sejak Februari tahun 1965, Kenari Jaya telah membuktikan diri sebagai distributor pertama di Indonesia yang khusus menyediakan produk kunci dan perlengkapannya dengan reputasi tinggi. Turut berperan aktif dalam pembangunan negara dan masyarakat melalui penyediaan berbagai produk arsitektural hardware. Kami berkomitmen penuh pada kualitas dan estetika produk, serta berupaya memberikan pelayanan terbaik kepada konsumen melalui dukungan sumber daya manusia yang terlatih dan profesional, sehingga perusahaan mampu menghasilkan kinerja tinggi dan memberikan manfaat bagi para stakeholders. Dengan visi untuk menjadi perusahaan terunggul di bidangnya, kami selalu mengedepankan kenyamanan konsumen dan standar mutu yang sudah teruji. Kami menyediakan pelayanan produk dengan kualitas terjamin dan bergaransi.
Kami selalu mengikuti perkembangan teknologi bidang perkuncian dan perlengkapannya, serta terus mengembangkan pasar dengan menjalin kerjasama dengan berbagai pihak di berbagai kota-kota besar di Indonesia, agar produk-produk kami dapat mudah didapatkan oleh para pelanggan kami.
Kami menyediakan produk kunci dengan sistem master key, di mana dengan satu anak kunci master dapat membuka banyak pintu. Kami juga menyediakan jasa untuk membantu konsumen merinci dan menyediakan penggunaan produk yang disusun sesuai fungsi dan kebutuhan pintu serta jendela berdasarkan gambar rancangan bangunan. Bila diperlukan, kami juga siap melakukan survei terhadap pintu dan jendela pada bangunan Anda, serta membantu memberikan solusi bagi masalah Anda tanpa dipungut biaya. Kami juga memiliki teknisi yang selalu siaga 24 jam, siap dipanggil untuk membantu Anda menghadapi masalah kunci atau perlengkapan pintu dan jendela yang bersifat darurat. Untuk memudahkan konsumen mendapatkan produk keamanan pintu dan jendela serta perlengkapannya, saat ini jaringan penjualan Kenari Jaya sudah menyebar ke seluruh wilayah Indonesia. Dengan komitmen untuk selalu menjaga hubungan baik dengan konsumen dan tidak pernah berhenti melakukan pengembangan dan inovasi produk yang menjadi kunci kesuksesannya, Kenari Jaya akan terus hadir memenuhi kebutuhan produk keamanan pintu dan jendela bagi masyarakat Indonesia.
Throughout this year, we found ourselves having to rethink, reevaluate how our offices function. Striving to achieve the perfect balance of working from home while also maintaining the inspiration that have allowed us to become an international award-winning team. My name is Revano Satria. I'm the lead designer of the architectural practice MSSM Associates, and together with my wife, built the interdisciplinary design firm RSI Group, founded in 2010. As of 2020, we now have offices in 3 Indonesian cities, Europe, Middle East, and Australia. Herman Miller products have been part of our team ever since we started in 2010. In fact, we're such a huge fans of their products that my wife and I named our son Eames, an homage to the Eames lounge chair. The iron chair I'm sitting on has been part of my daily life for the past 10 years. Used every day for work and play, and the fact that the chair is in the exact same condition it was 10 years ago made me want to add an additional item to my growing collection. That is when I decided to try the custom chair. This new custom chair is just as beautiful and ergonomic. I found that it has all the functionality of the iron chair with a few extra features that made me fall in love with it.
I fall in love with how the custom chairs responds to my body curvature. It straightens my posture and gives comfort while I'm working. The way it supports my back allows me to work for long hours. The breathable mesh is one feature I love. It keeps my body temperature very well no matter how long I sit on it. My other favorite feature is the simplicity of setting up the chair. The auto tilt features means that I don't have to get distracted setting up the chair to the position that I like. The fact that the custom come in so many color options make it very easy to choose one. But I have to say, the red one is on my bucket list for sure.
Looking back at my career, I remember thousands of hours I sat at this very chair, working on my next designs. Most important to me was that during all this time, I was in a state of mind that allowed for my creativity to flourish. And this was certainly helped by the comfort and ergonomic support that the Herman Miller chair has provided me. I trust Herman Miller. Their products will always have a place in my home.
Vivere berasal dari bahasa Latin atau bahasa Itali yang artinya adalah to live, untuk hidup.
Satu kehidupan harus terus berkembang, bertumbuh, bertambah kuat, bertambah baik.
Dan sama di organisasi kami pun kami berkomitmen untuk terus memberikan servis yang lebih baik dan juga bertumbuh lebih besar lagi dan berkontribusi lebih besar kepada seluruh stakeholder Vivere Group.
Itu yang menyemangatkan kita.
Kami di Vivere Group bergerak di industri interior and furniture and fixtures industry, di mana kami ada 6 line of businesses. Pertama yaitu kita bergerak di dunia project, trading, distribusi, retail, export, and manufacturing. Di project kami mengerjakan end-to-end service dari kontraktor interior, mechanical, electrical, plumbing contractor, dari office, hotel, apartment, rumah sakit, and some retail shops. Dan untuk mensupport divisi project, kami mempunyai 5 manufacturing facilities dilengkapi dengan cutting edge technology and machineries, di mana masing-masing dari pabrik kami juga mempunyai fokus masing-masing dari woodworking facilities, metal facilities, ratan, panel, dan juga ekspor. Dan untuk ekspor, kami fokus untuk memasarkan produk-produk rotan, kayu, dan juga produk-produk outdoor. Dan kami bukan hanya saja melakukan OEM, tetapi kita juga memasarkan produk-produk desain milik kami sendiri untuk didistribusikan di skala internasional. Dan tentu di bidang trading dan juga distribusi,
kami merepresent Steelcase, kami merepresent Vitra, dan beberapa brand internasional lainnya.
Tentu ini semua bersinergi dan saling melengkapi dan dapat memberikan end-to-end total solution kepada seluruh stakeholder dan customer kami. Dan di bisnis retail kami saat ini mempunyai 11 furniture and home decoration store dengan produk range yang lengkap, modern, mulai dari furniture, kitchen and wardrobe, dan juga home decoration items. Saat ini juga kita dapat memberikan produk dan juga jasa untuk hospitality market. Kita dapat memberikan produk-produk furniture indoor maupun outdoor untuk kebutuhan hotel, cafe, F&B, dan juga public spaces. Kami adalah perusahaan yang pertama di furniture and interior industry yang go public. Ini menyatakan komitmen kami untuk menjalankan bisnis ini dengan profesional, dengan good governance. We have a very diverse workforce, mulai dari tim engineering, tim project di lapangan, tim pabrik, tim supporting, yang hingga hari ini kita mempunyai lebih dari 1.000 karyawan yang berkarya di Vivere Group. We strongly believe in our people, mereka berkontribusi akan keberhasilan dari Vivere Group. Kita bersama-sama mempunyai satu prinsip pegangan yang kuat, yaitu values dari nilai-nilai perusahaan dari Vivere Group.
Quality people, quality work, dan menciptakan quality life. Itu adalah values kita, dan saya yakin semua orang mau mempunyai kualitas hidup yang baik.
Vivere Group telah berkarya lebih dari 33 tahun, dan tentu saya berharap Vivere Group dapat terus berkarya ke depannya.
Menjadi world class company
Sini deh, lihat fasilitas BINUS lewat virtual tour.
Hai teman-teman, selamat datang di BINUS University. Kalian tahu nggak sih, saat ini BINUS University memiliki 150.000 komunitas BINUSian yang tersebar di berbagai kota di Indonesia, mulai dari Greater Jakarta, Bandung, dan Malang. Dengan mewujudkan semangat fostering dan empowering, kita berharap para komunitas BINUSian tersebut dapat memberikan dampak yang besar bagi seluruh masyarakat Indonesia.
Untuk mewujudkan semangat tersebut, salah satunya adalah dengan dukungan program dan fasilitas yang disediakan. Sebelum kita masuk, kita harus mempunyai BINUSian Card.
Ini merupakan kartu identitas untuk mengakses semua fasilitas di BINUS University dan sekarang sudah tersedia versi digitalnya loh. Keren kan?
Ya udah yuk.
Ruang workshop dan furniture interior design atau biasa akrab disapa dengan bengkel interior design merupakan tempat untuk program interior design mengerjakan proyek dan melakukan praktek. Di ruangan ini, biasanya praktek yang dilakukan menggunakan alat-alat seperti bor, paku, palu, dan semacamnya.
Lab Interior Design juga merupakan fasilitas yang disediakan bagi program interior design, berbeda dengan bengkel interior design yang ada di kampus Anggrek. Ruangan ini digunakan untuk melaksanakan pameran karya-karya mahasiswa dan belajar mengenai ilmu-ilmu interior design.
Nah, itu dia tur kita pada hari ini di BINUS University. Selain fasilitas-fasilitas yang udah kita lihat, masih banyak lagi loh fasilitas yang gak kalah keren dan canggih.
Jangan lupa kunjungi websitenya di www.binus.ac.id dan jangan lupa follow Instagramnya ya @binusuniversityofficial. Sampai jumpa di BINUS.
Want to know more about the website of BINUS TV? Kindly visit our website to watch our streaming, check out our latest news, and play our videos. There are several tabs on the main menu section, from news program, presenter schedule, to gallery. Stream our live broadcast with programs according to the schedule. Search our videos of our programs based on various topics available. You can search by most popular and newest video too. News and Events provides the latest and up-to-date information. Get your events covered by submitting your request to Media Partner page. Check out our daily program schedule. View all our various programs. Watch our web series and in-house programs through videos. Visit our website on www.binus.tv.
Banyak yang beranggapan bahwa hidup berawal dari mimpi. Maka bermimpilah setinggi mungkin hingga kau sentuh langit biru. Banyak yang beranggapan bahwa hidup itu mengejar harapan, maka melangkahlah sejauh mungkin hingga harapan itu mendekat. Namun, apa yang terjadi? Saat kita terbangun, mendapati semua harapan kita berlalu. Dalam hidup kita perlu berbagi, tidak hanya mengajari atau menggurui. Kita mengenal warna kemana kita akan melangkah. Asalkan tanggung jawab selalu ada. Hidup itu bergerak, mengubah sesuatu yang statis menjadi dinamis. Selama kebersamaan hadir, menembus kebuntuan. Tertunduk oleh sanjungan, bereaksi akan kesalahan. Kuantitas selalu hadir dalam skala besar, namun kualitas selalu muncul memicu minoritas untuk terus berkembang, menggerakkan semesta dengan satu suara. Interstudi, di mana kita mengenal warna dalam hidup.
Sini deh, lihat fasilitas BINUS lewat virtual tour.
Hai teman-teman, selamat datang di BINUS University. Kalian tahu nggak sih, saat ini BINUS University memiliki 150.000 komunitas BINUSian yang tersebar di berbagai kota di Indonesia, mulai dari Greater Jakarta, Bandung, dan Malang. Dengan mewujudkan semangat fostering dan empowering, kita berharap para komunitas BINUSian tersebut dapat memberikan dampak yang besar bagi seluruh masyarakat Indonesia.
Untuk mewujudkan semangat tersebut, salah satunya adalah dengan dukungan program dan fasilitas yang disediakan. Sebelum kita masuk, kita harus mempunyai BINUSian Card.
Ini merupakan kartu identitas untuk mengakses semua fasilitas di BINUS University dan sekarang sudah tersedia versi digitalnya loh. Keren kan?
Ya udah yuk.
Ruang workshop dan furniture interior design atau biasa akrab disapa dengan bengkel interior design merupakan tempat untuk program interior design mengerjakan proyek dan melakukan praktek. Di ruangan ini, biasanya praktek yang dilakukan menggunakan alat-alat seperti bor, paku, palu, dan semacamnya.
Lab Interior Design juga merupakan fasilitas yang disediakan bagi program interior design, berbeda dengan bengkel interior design yang ada di kampus Anggrek. Ruangan ini digunakan untuk melaksanakan pameran karya-karya mahasiswa dan belajar mengenai ilmu-ilmu interior design.
Nah, itu dia tur kita pada hari ini di BINUS University. Selain fasilitas-fasilitas yang udah kita lihat, masih banyak lagi loh fasilitas yang gak kalah keren dan canggih.
Jangan lupa kunjungi websitenya di www.binus.ac.id dan jangan lupa follow Instagramnya ya @binusuniversityofficial. Sampai jumpa di BINUS.
Berdiri sejak Februari tahun 1965, Kenari Jaya telah membuktikan diri sebagai distributor pertama di Indonesia yang khusus menyediakan produk kunci dan perlengkapannya dengan reputasi tinggi. Turut berperan aktif dalam pembangunan negara dan masyarakat melalui penyediaan berbagai produk arsitektural hardware. Kami berkomitmen penuh pada kualitas dan estetika produk, serta berupaya memberikan pelayanan terbaik kepada konsumen melalui dukungan sumber daya manusia yang terlatih dan profesional, sehingga perusahaan mampu menghasilkan kinerja tinggi dan memberikan manfaat bagi para stakeholders. Dengan visi untuk menjadi perusahaan terunggul di bidangnya, kami selalu mengedepankan kenyamanan konsumen dan standar mutu yang sudah teruji. Kami menyediakan pelayanan produk dengan kualitas terjamin dan bergaransi.
Kami selalu mengikuti perkembangan teknologi bidang perkuncian dan perlengkapannya, serta terus mengembangkan pasar dengan menjalin kerjasama dengan berbagai pihak di berbagai kota-kota besar di Indonesia, agar produk-produk kami dapat mudah didapatkan oleh para pelanggan kami.
Kami menyediakan produk kunci dengan sistem master key, di mana dengan satu anak kunci master dapat membuka banyak pintu. Kami juga menyediakan jasa untuk membantu konsumen merinci dan menyediakan penggunaan produk yang disusun sesuai fungsi dan kebutuhan pintu serta jendela berdasarkan gambar rancangan bangunan. Bila diperlukan, kami juga siap melakukan survei terhadap pintu dan jendela pada bangunan Anda, serta membantu memberikan solusi bagi masalah Anda tanpa dipungut biaya. Kami juga memiliki teknisi yang selalu siaga 24 jam, siap dipanggil untuk membantu Anda menghadapi masalah kunci atau perlengkapan pintu dan jendela yang bersifat darurat. Untuk memudahkan konsumen mendapatkan produk keamanan pintu dan jendela serta perlengkapannya, saat ini jaringan penjualan Kenari Jaya sudah menyebar ke seluruh wilayah Indonesia. Dengan komitmen untuk selalu menjaga hubungan baik dengan konsumen dan tidak pernah berhenti melakukan pengembangan dan inovasi produk yang menjadi kunci kesuksesannya, Kenari Jaya akan terus hadir memenuhi kebutuhan produk keamanan pintu dan jendela bagi masyarakat Indonesia.
Throughout this year, we found ourselves having to rethink, reevaluate how our offices function. striving to achieve the perfect balance of working from home while also maintaining the inspiration that have allowed us to become an international award-winning team. My name is Revano Satria. I'm the lead designer of the architectural practice MSSM Associates, and together with my wife, built the interdisciplinary design firm RSI Group, founded in 2010. As of 2020, we now have offices in 3 Indonesian cities, Europe, Middle East, and Australia. Herman Miller products have been part of our team ever since we started in 2010. In fact, we're such a huge fans of their products that my wife and I named our son Eames, an homage to the Eames lounge chair. The iron chair I'm sitting on has been part of my daily life for the past 10 years. Used every day for work and play, and the fact that the chair is in the exact same condition it was 10 years ago made me want to add an additional item to my growing collection. That is when I decided to try the custom chair. This new custom chair is just as beautiful and ergonomic. I found that it has all the functionality of the iron chair with a few extra features that made me fall in love with it.
I fall in love with how the custom chair responds to my body curvature. It straightens my posture and gives comfort while I'm working. The way it supports my back allows me to work for long hours. The breathableness is one feature I love. It keeps my body temperature very well no matter how long I sit on it. My other favorite feature is the simplicity of setting up the chair. The auto tilt features means that I don't have to get distracted setting up the chair to the position that I like. The fact that the custom come in so many color options make it very easy to choose one. But I have to say, the red one is on my bucket list for sure.
Looking back at my career, I remember thousands of hours I sat at this very chair, working on my next designs. Most important to me was that during all this time, I was in a state of mind that allowed for my creativity to flourish. And this was certainly helped by the comfort and ergonomic support that the Herman Miller chair has provided me. I trust Herman Miller. Their products will always have a place in my home.
Vivere berasal dari bahasa Latin atau bahasa Itali yang artinya adalah to live, untuk hidup.
Satu kehidupan harus terus berkembang, bertumbuh, bertambah kuat, bertambah baik.
Dan sama di organisasi kami pun kami berkomitmen untuk terus memberikan servis yang lebih baik dan juga bertumbuh lebih besar lagi dan berkontribusi lebih besar kepada seluruh stakeholder Vivere Group.
Itu yang menyemangatkan kita.
Kami di Vivere Group bergerak di industri interior and furniture and fixtures industry, di mana kami ada 6 line of businesses. Pertama yaitu kita bergerak di dunia project, trading, distribusi, retail, export, and manufacturing. Di project kami mengerjakan end-to-end service dari kontraktor interior, mechanical, electrical, plumbing contractor, dari office, hotel, apartment, rumah sakit, and some retail shops. Dan untuk mensupport divisi project, kami mempunyai 5 manufacturing facilities dilengkapi dengan cutting edge technology and machineries, di mana masing-masing dari pabrik kami juga mempunyai fokus masing-masing dari woodworking facilities, metal facilities, ratan, panel, dan juga ekspor. Dan untuk ekspor, kami fokus untuk memasarkan produk-produk rotan, kayu, dan juga produk-produk outdoor. Dan kami bukan hanya saja melakukan OEM, tetapi kita juga memasarkan produk-produk desain milik kami sendiri untuk didistribusikan di skala internasional. Dan tentu di bidang trading dan juga distribusi.
Kami merepresent Steelcase, kami merepresent Vitra, dan beberapa brand internasional lainnya.
Tentu ini semua bersinergi dan saling melengkapi dan dapat memberikan end-to-end total solution kepada seluruh stakeholder dan customer kami. Dan di bisnis retail kami saat ini mempunyai 11 furniture and home decoration store dengan produk range yang lengkap, modern, mulai dari furniture, kitchen and wardrobe, dan juga home decoration items. Saat ini juga kita dapat memberikan produk dan juga jasa untuk hospitality market. Kita dapat memberikan produk-produk furniture indoor maupun outdoor untuk kebutuhan hotel, cafe, F&B, dan juga public spaces. Kami adalah perusahaan yang pertama di furniture and interior industry yang go public. Ini menyatakan komitmen kami untuk menjalankan bisnis ini dengan profesional, dengan good governance. We have a very diverse workforce, mulai dari tim engineering, tim project di lapangan, tim pabrik, tim supporting, yang hingga hari ini kita mempunyai lebih dari 1.000 karyawan yang berkarya di Vivere Group. We strongly believe in our people, mereka berkontribusi akan keberhasilan dari Vivere Group. Kita bersama-sama mempunyai satu prinsip pegangan yang kuat, yaitu values dari nilai-nilai perusahaan dari Vivere Group.
Quality people, quality work, dan menciptakan quality life. Itu adalah values kita, dan saya yakin semua orang mau mempunyai kualitas hidup yang baik.
Vivere Group telah berkarya lebih dari 33 tahun, dan tentu saya berharap Vivere Group dapat terus berkarya ke depannya.
Menjadi world class company
Mah, sini deh. Lihat fasilitas BINUS lewat virtual tour.
Hai teman-teman, selamat datang di BINUS University. Kalian tahu nggak sih, saat ini BINUS University memiliki 150.000 komunitas BINUSian yang tersebar di berbagai kota di Indonesia, mulai dari Greater Jakarta, Bandung, dan Malang. Dengan mewujudkan semangat fostering dan empowering, kita berharap para komunitas BINUSian tersebut dapat memberikan dampak yang besar bagi seluruh masyarakat Indonesia.
Untuk mewujudkan semangat tersebut, salah satunya adalah dengan dukungan program dan fasilitas yang disediakan. Sebelum kita masuk, kita harus mempunyai BINUSian Card.
Ini merupakan kartu identitas untuk mengakses semua fasilitas di BINUS University dan sekarang sudah tersedia versi digitalnya loh. Keren kan?
Ya udah yuk.
Ruang workshop dan furniture interior design atau biasa akrab disapa dengan bengkel interior design merupakan tempat untuk program interior design mengerjakan proyek dan melakukan praktek. Di ruangan ini, biasanya praktek yang dilakukan menggunakan alat-alat seperti bor, paku, palu, dan semacamnya.
Lab Interior Design juga merupakan fasilitas yang disediakan bagi program interior design. Berbeda dengan bengkel interior design yang ada di kampus Anggrek, ruangan ini digunakan untuk melaksanakan pameran karya-karya mahasiswa dan belajar mengenai ilmu-ilmu interior design.
Nah, itu dia tur kita pada hari ini di BINUS University. Selain fasilitas-fasilitas yang udah kita lihat, masih banyak lagi loh fasilitas yang gak kalah keren dan canggih.
Jangan lupa kunjungi websitenya di www.binus.ac.id dan jangan lupa follow Instagramnya ya @binusuniversityofficial. Sampai jumpa di BINUS.
Want to know more about the website of BINUS TV? Kindly visit our website to watch our streaming, check out our latest news, and play our videos. There are several tabs on the main menu section, from news program, presenter schedule, to gallery. Stream our live broadcast with programs according to the schedule. Search our videos of our programs based on various topics available. You can search by most popular and newest video too. News and Events provides the latest and up-to-date information. Get your events covered by submitting your request to Media Partner page. Check out our daily program schedule. View all our various programs. Watch our web series and in-house programs through videos. Visit our website on www.binus.tv.
Banyak yang beranggapan bahwa hidup berawal dari mimpi. Maka bermimpilah setinggi mungkin hingga kau sentuh langit biru. Banyak yang beranggapan bahwa hidup itu mengejar harapan, maka melangkahlah sejauh mungkin hingga harapan itu mendekat. Namun, apa yang terjadi? Saat kita terbangun, mendapati semua harapan kita berlalu. Dalam hidup kita perlu berbagi, tidak hanya mengajari atau menggurui. Kita mengenal warna kemana kita akan melangkah. Asalkan tanggung jawab selalu ada. Hidup itu bergerak, mengubah suatu yang statis menjadi dinamis. Selama kebersamaan hadir, menembus kebuntuan. Tertunduk oleh sanjungan, bereaksi akan kesalahan. Kuantitas selalu hadir dalam skala besar, namun kualitas selalu muncul memicu minoritas untuk terus berkembang, menggerakkan semesta dengan satu suara. Interstudi, di mana kita mengenal warna dalam hidup.
Sini deh, lihat fasilitas BINUS lewat virtual tour.
Hai teman-teman, selamat datang di BINUS University. Kalian tahu nggak sih, saat ini BINUS University memiliki 150.000 komunitas BINUSian yang tersebar di berbagai kota di Indonesia, mulai dari Greater Jakarta, Bandung, dan Malang. Dengan mewujudkan semangat fostering dan empowering, kita berharap para komunitas BINUSian tersebut dapat memberikan dampak yang besar bagi seluruh masyarakat Indonesia.
Untuk mewujudkan semangat tersebut, salah satunya adalah dengan dukungan program dan fasilitas yang disediakan. Sebelum kita masuk, kita harus mempunyai BINUSian Card.
Ini merupakan kartu identitas untuk mengakses semua fasilitas di BINUS University dan sekarang sudah tersedia versi digitalnya loh. Keren kan?
Ya udah yuk.
Ruang workshop dan furniture interior design atau biasa akrab disapa dengan bengkel interior design merupakan tempat untuk program interior design mengerjakan proyek dan melakukan praktek. Di ruangan ini, biasanya praktek yang dilakukan menggunakan alat-alat seperti bor, paku, palu, dan semacamnya.
Lab Interior Design juga merupakan fasilitas yang disediakan bagi program interior design. Berbeda dengan bengkel interior design yang ada di kampus Anggrek, ruangan ini digunakan untuk melaksanakan pameran karya-karya mahasiswa dan belajar mengenai ilmu-ilmu interior design.
Nah, itu dia tur kita pada hari ini di BINUS University. Selain fasilitas-fasilitas yang udah kita lihat, masih banyak lagi loh fasilitas yang gak kalah keren dan canggih.
Jangan lupa kunjungi websitenya di www.binus.ac.id dan jangan lupa follow Instagramnya ya @binusuniversityofficial. Sampai jumpa di BINUS.
Berdiri sejak Februari tahun 1965, Kenari Jaya telah membuktikan diri sebagai distributor pertama di Indonesia yang khusus menyediakan produk kunci dan perlengkapannya dengan reputasi tinggi. Turut berperan aktif dalam pembangunan negara dan masyarakat melalui penyediaan berbagai produk arsitektural hardware. Kami berkomitmen penuh pada kualitas dan estetika produk, serta berupaya memberikan pelayanan terbaik kepada konsumen melalui dukungan sumber daya manusia yang terlatih dan profesional, sehingga perusahaan mampu menghasilkan kinerja tinggi dan memberikan manfaat bagi para stakeholders. Dengan visi untuk menjadi perusahaan terunggul di bidangnya, kami selalu mengedepankan kenyamanan konsumen dan standar mutu yang sudah teruji. Kami menyediakan pelayanan produk dengan kualitas terjamin dan bergaransi.
Kami selalu mengikuti perkembangan teknologi bidang perkuncian dan perlengkapannya, serta terus mengembangkan pasar dengan menjalin kerjasama dengan berbagai pihak di berbagai kota-kota besar di Indonesia, agar produk-produk kami dapat mudah didapatkan oleh para pelanggan kami.
Kami menyediakan produk kunci dengan sistem master key, di mana dengan satu anak kunci master dapat membuka banyak pintu. Kami juga menyediakan jasa untuk membantu konsumen merinci dan menyediakan penggunaan produk yang disusun sesuai fungsi dan kebutuhan pintu serta jendela berdasarkan gambar rancangan bangunan. Bila diperlukan, kami juga siap melakukan survei terhadap pintu dan jendela pada bangunan Anda, serta membantu memberikan solusi bagi masalah Anda tanpa dipungut biaya. Kami juga memiliki teknisi yang selalu siaga 24 jam, siap dipanggil untuk membantu Anda menghadapi masalah kunci atau perlengkapan pintu dan jendela yang bersifat darurat. Untuk memudahkan konsumen mendapatkan produk keamanan pintu dan jendela serta perlengkapannya, saat ini jaringan penjualan Kenari Jaya sudah menyebar ke seluruh wilayah Indonesia. Dengan komitmen untuk selalu menjaga hubungan baik dengan konsumen dan tidak pernah berhenti melakukan pengembangan dan inovasi produk yang menjadi kunci kesuksesannya, Kenari Jaya akan terus hadir memenuhi kebutuhan produk keamanan pintu dan jendela bagi masyarakat Indonesia.
Throughout this year, we found ourselves having to rethink, reevaluate how our offices function. striving to achieve the perfect balance of working from home while also maintaining the inspiration that have allowed us to become an international award-winning team. My name is Revano Satria. I'm the lead designer of the architectural practice MSSM Associates, and together with my wife, built the interdisciplinary design firm RSI Group, founded in 2010. As of 2020, we now have offices in 3 Indonesian cities, Europe, Middle East, and Australia. Herman Miller products have been part of our team ever since we started in 2010. In fact, we're such a huge fans of their products that my wife and I named our son Eames, an homage to the Eames lounge chair. The iron chair I'm sitting on has been part of my daily life for the past 10 years. Used every day for work and play, and the fact that the chair is in the exact same condition it was 10 years ago made me want to add an additional item to my growing collection. That is when I decided to try the custom chair. This new custom chair is just as beautiful and ergonomic. I found that it has all the functionality of the iron chair with a few extra features that made me fall in love with it.
I fall in love with how the custom chairs responds to my body curvature. It straightens my posture and gives comfort while I'm working. The way it supports my back allows me to work for long hours. The breathableness is one feature I love. It keeps my body temperature very well no matter how long I sit on it. My other favorite feature is the simplicity of setting up the chair. The auto tilt features means that I don't have to get distracted setting up the chair to the position that I like. The fact that the custom come in so many color options make it very easy to choose one. But I have to say, the red one is on my bucket list for sure.
Looking back at my career, I remember thousands of hours I sat at this very chair, working on my next designs. Most important to me was that during all this time, I was in a state of mind that allowed for my creativity to flourish. And this was certainly helped by the comfort and ergonomic support that the Herman Miller chair has provided me. I trust Herman Miller. Their products will always have a place in my home.
Vivere berasal dari bahasa Latin atau bahasa Itali yang artinya adalah to live, untuk hidup.
Satu kehidupan harus terus berkembang, bertumbuh, bertambah kuat, bertambah baik.
Dan sama di organisasi kami pun kami berkomitmen untuk terus memberikan servis yang lebih baik dan juga bertumbuh lebih besar lagi dan berkontribusi lebih besar kepada seluruh stakeholder Vivere Group.
Itu yang menyemangatkan kita.
Kami di Vivere Group bergerak di industri interior and furniture and fixtures industry, di mana kami ada 6 line of businesses. Pertama yaitu kita bergerak di dunia project, trading, distribusi, retail, export, and manufacturing. Di project kami mengerjakan end-to-end service dari kontraktor interior, mechanical, electrical, plumbing contractor, dari office, hotel, apartment, rumah sakit, and some retail shops. Dan untuk mensupport divisi project, kami mempunyai 5 manufacturing facilities dilengkapi dengan cutting edge technology and machineries, di mana masing-masing dari pabrik kami juga mempunyai fokus masing-masing dari woodworking facilities, metal facilities, ratan, panel, dan juga ekspor. Dan untuk ekspor, kami fokus untuk memasarkan produk-produk rotan, kayu, dan juga produk-produk outdoor. Dan kami bukan hanya saja melakukan OEM, tetapi kita juga memasarkan produk-produk desain milik kami sendiri untuk didistribusikan di skala internasional. Dan tentu di bidang trading dan juga distribusi.
Kami merepresent Steelcase, kami merepresent Vitra, dan beberapa brand internasional lainnya.
Tentu ini semua bersinergi dan saling melengkapi dan dapat memberikan end-to-end total solution kepada seluruh stakeholder dan customer kami. Dan di bisnis retail kami saat ini mempunyai 11 furniture and home decoration store dengan produk range yang lengkap, modern, mulai dari furniture, kitchen and wardrobe, dan juga home decoration items. Saat ini juga kita dapat memberikan produk dan juga jasa untuk hospitality market. Kita dapat memberikan produk-produk furniture indoor maupun outdoor untuk kebutuhan hotel, cafe, F&B, dan juga public spaces. Kami adalah perusahaan yang pertama di furniture and interior industry yang go public. Ini menyatakan komitmen kami untuk menjalankan bisnis ini dengan profesional, dengan good governance. We have a very diverse workforce, mulai dari tim engineering, tim project di lapangan, tim pabrik, tim supporting, yang hingga hari ini kita mempunyai lebih dari 1.000 karyawan yang berkarya di Vivere Group. We strongly believe in our people, mereka berkontribusi akan keberhasilan dari Vivere Group. Kita bersama-sama mempunyai satu prinsip pegangan yang kuat, yaitu values dari nilai-nilai perusahaan dari Vivere Group.
Quality people, quality work, dan menciptakan quality life. Itu adalah values kita, dan saya yakin semua orang mau mempunyai kualitas hidup yang baik.
Vivere Group telah berkarya lebih dari 33 tahun, dan tentu saya berharap Vivere Group dapat terus berkarya ke depannya.
Menjadi world class company
Sini deh, lihat fasilitas BINUS lewat virtual tour.
Hai teman-teman, selamat datang di BINUS University. Kalian tahu nggak sih, saat ini BINUS University memiliki 150.000 komunitas BINUSian yang tersebar di berbagai kota di Indonesia, mulai dari Greater Jakarta, Bandung, dan Malang. Dengan mewujudkan semangat fostering dan empowering, kita berharap para komunitas BINUSian tersebut dapat memberikan dampak yang besar bagi seluruh masyarakat Indonesia.
Untuk mewujudkan semangat tersebut, salah satunya adalah dengan dukungan program dan fasilitas yang disediakan. Sebelum kita masuk, kita harus mempunyai BINUSian Card.
Ini merupakan kartu identitas untuk mengakses semua fasilitas di BINUS University dan sekarang sudah tersedia versi digitalnya loh. Keren kan?
Ya udah yuk.
Ruang workshop dan furniture interior design atau biasa akrab disapa dengan bengkel interior design merupakan tempat untuk program interior design mengerjakan proyek dan melakukan praktek. Di ruangan ini, biasanya praktek yang dilakukan menggunakan alat-alat seperti bor, paku, palu, dan semacamnya.
Lab Interior Design juga merupakan fasilitas yang disediakan bagi program interior design, berbeda dengan bengkel interior design yang ada di kampus Anggrek. Ruangan ini digunakan untuk melaksanakan pameran karya-karya mahasiswa dan belajar mengenai ilmu-ilmu interior design.
Nah, itu dia tur kita pada hari ini di BINUS University. Selain fasilitas-fasilitas yang udah kita lihat, masih banyak lagi loh fasilitas yang gak kalah keren dan canggih.
Jangan lupa kunjungi websitenya di www.binus.ac.id dan jangan lupa follow Instagramnya ya @binusuniversityofficial. Sampai jumpa di BINUS.
Want to know more about the website of BINUS TV? Kindly visit our website to watch our streaming, check out our latest news, and play our videos. There are several tabs on the main menu section, from news program, presenter schedule, to gallery. Stream our live broadcast with programs according to the schedule. Search our videos of our programs based on various topics available. You can search by most popular and newest video too. News and Events provides the latest and up-to-date information. Get your events covered by submitting your request to Media Partner page. Check out our daily program schedule. View all our various programs. Watch our web series and in-house programs through videos. Visit our website on www.binus.tv.
Banyak yang beranggapan
Hi everyone, welcome back to the second day, third session today. We would like to, beforehand, to say thank you to PT Kenari Jaya Prima to PT Revio Indonesia, PT Cahaya Lestari Permata Abadi, Valentino Grass, PT Lamitek Kreasi Sarana, Vivere Group, PT Tangkas Cipta Optima, TAKO, BINUS University, BINUS TV, University of Trisakti, and last but not least, Sekolah Tinggi Design Interstudy. My name is Francis, and today we have two great speakers. The future is, as you know, it is the future of interior design. So I'm looking forward for their presentation. So do we have the speakers already online? Iklim, are you here with us? Hi, can you hear me? Can you hear me, Iklim? Oh, I cannot hear. I cannot hear you. Wait, can somebody help? I hear Iklim. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay, let us fix some technical issues for a moment. Okay. Okay, while we're waiting for the sound to be, because I cannot hear you, while we're waiting for this the sound back to return, I'd like to introduce Iklim Tan to everyone. So Iklim Tan, founder and principal of Eurasia Design, started his career since 1997 in the world of construction and architecture. So he has extensive insight into design and engineering. His thoughts and approaches are formed from his experiences in the field of ultimately influence that Eurasia has been doing today that combines function, forms, ergonomics, and sustainability. In his journey, Iklim always sees architecture as a transition to create a dream habitat of clients. He has developed a strong reputation for delivering good quality services in concept and details. These have been achieved by many years of experiences and efforts. During his career, Iklim Tan has done numerous of archetypes and unique experiences of interior concept. He has built a unique, diverse design reputation with these projects, such as the MD Entertainment Building, H Island Beach Club, Dan Lewis Public Building, Sinde Office Building, Bina Tunas Bangsa School, Alam Sutra Office Building, which is this building we're in, Antolini Showroom by Magran, Mondial and Miss Mondial Jewelry Store, Leaf Connoisseur by T at AI. Is it correct? At AI, at Gallery Lafayette Pacific Place, Manoj Punjabi Residence, private penthouse at Ritz-Carlton, Singapore, Palais Maeterlinck in Nice, also in France, and some prestigious private residence across Indonesia. So, welcome to the talk, Iklim. But
can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, sorry for the missetting that I have had just now. So, how are you, Francis?
I'm fine. So,
okay,
without further ado, I'll give you the screen, okay?
Okay.
The screen is yours.
Okay. First off, I would like to thank you, Francis, for the opportunity for me to be part in this event. want to thank HDII, all the sponsors, and all the audience that willing to spend their time and to share some thoughts with us. Before I continue, my name is Clinton, but the people usually call me just Clint. I'm from our Russian, as you have mentioned earlier. So I'm going to begin the presentation now.
Yes, please.
Okay. The topic that we're going to discuss today is about the future of. For my experiences, I find that the interior design industry very unique, very diverse, and also developing. We are going to foresee the next 10 years in the future. What kind of design that we are facing? What kind of design that we have that in each era of our time? So this time I'm going to give my process of future interior design. The first one is we go with minimalistic. What I meant here is that especially as a pandemic era, we concern about cleanliness, concern about how to design rooms without many furniture. And you can see here in my one of my designs here in front, the back wall, the marble back wall is actually a wardrobe, a cabinet. So the marble cabinet wall is stored there, a wardrobe. So sorry. And the light and spacious design is a very relaxing and calming feeling. And as you can see here, open space provider to give the spacious and freedom to move around and to do activities inside of the house. The second of all, that we have to consider about function. Nowadays, the land and the space are very limited. So for youngsters, usually they have problems with the budget. So they usually can afford only small space. In order to do that, we have to be very smart to design all of the space can be transformed together regarding to the function. For instance, the tables and can be reclined, or the bed can be hidden, and can also be function as a dining table, something like that. The third one that I'm going to discuss for the future design, we have to consider about the what it is called smartphone, or we use the artificial intelligence to create atmosphere, to create efficiency of time. So people will have time efficiency, cost efficiency too. We are consider about the lighting, about the curtain, how we can control them, even we are not there, or even we are in far away. So AI now are very common to be used in the home industry as well as in other industries. And the fourth one is net flow. What I emphasizing here is that we switch from synthetic curtain, from artificial one to the more organic, let's say cotton and linen, and we replace wallpaper with a very special paint that contains organic material. And the fifth one is the originality. Sometimes people always think that if we create something, it will have no value. But the thing is that people nowadays they appreciate the design, they appreciate the originality. That's why now novel things and special design is very valued in this country. That also can support the local craftsmanship with a very good value. I think that will be very brief for me, Francis. I will give a brief explanation of my thoughts today.
Okay.
If there is any question,
okay.
will be.
All right. Iklim, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you for your presentation and the great projects you showed. Thank you for sharing your projects as well. We'll go into the question and answer later after the second speaker. But however, I have a interesting. I was just told that there will be a prize given to two questioners that will be selected by the crew later to win a prize. So two good questions that will be selected by apa ya, panitia ya. Yeah, by the team here. So okay. So maybe we go to the next speaker first, yeah. Okay, we go to next speaker, Iklim, and then we'll get back to you with Q&A later, okay?
Okay.
All right. Okay, now we have our second speaker, Leah. Are you here with us? Can you hear me, Leah?
Did you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Okay. Hi, my brother. How are
Hi.
you? It's long time no see.
Yeah,
Thank
long
you
time.
very much for inviting me for this webinar, which is for me it's a new things for a pandemic time, after the pandemic time. And then thank you for all the sponsor, and then thank you all the audience, and thank you all my friends who be here with all of us today. I think this pandemic is making a changing for our life. Yeah, that lifestyle is starting differently, suddenly, totally, and then we should make pandemic become a friends actually. But don't forget about the healthy things, using a masker, and then the three
Wash
things
your hand.
that we should know: wash your hand and whatever. And this is a sadness thing. Last year, I lost 7 of our friends. Also, the ABSDA, Belen, was died because of COVID. So
Deepest
really deeply sad about last year. I hope this year everybody was healthy. All of us have a safe life, and then we start a new life. Is it possible to on the my presentation, please, Amalia or whatever over there?
I will introduce you to.
Oh, okay.
audience.
Sorry.
Okay.
Forgot.
Yeah, Leah here.
Sorry. Yeah, my name is Leah.
Leah Aziz.
Yes, thank you.
She graduated from the Academy of Art University in San Francisco. She also interned in Gensler Associations in Century City, LA for a year.
Yes.
And then she's been speakers, judges, locally and also internationally. She was the past president of HDII for national and also for the Jakarta chapter. She is now the current president of ABSDA, the period of 2019 until 2021. A few times, Leah has been special team, designed special team in the government institution, government-owned institution, and now become the chief design expert in also head of the team for design and branding and the
Angkasa
Angkasa
Pura
Pura I, which is the Indonesian Airport Authority. There she's making guidelines for the airport authority, including the manual for disabled, tenant guideline as well for the airport services and so on. So this will be another interesting talk today. So Leah, the screen is yours.
Thank you very much. Is anyone can help me to
Yes.
represent our my presentation, please? Yes, we are talking about the future design on the past pandemic. I hope everybody can hear me. Yeah,
Yes.
because now in Indonesia, especially not only in Indonesia, but also all over the world, our life is suddenly changing after almost a year. So this pandemic is actually really changed the world. It's not globally, not only in Indonesia. That's why we supposed to know about the what kind of design in the post pandemic in the future. Next. We are talking about a commercial space. Yeah. Before commercial space, everybody was allergic with the plants. But actually plants now became a part of our design. So exterior design, especially for interior, become inside of the design. So everybody should have the open space, direct sun, because everybody knows that pandemic will be gone if we have a sun, directly sun every day. This one is I think we should side by side with the architecture, because I saw in Indonesia, especially in Jakarta, since 1990, all the buildings the windows cannot be open. This is very dangerous because pandemic should have a fresh air all day long. So probably in the morning we open the window 3 or 4 hours, and then we close. We use air condition, and the circulation is getting better day by day. So this is should all the architects should know about this when they are design the building. Next. So how the new normal will change the interdesign? We are talking for a commercial space because everybody know what to do in the home or in the house. Commercial space and public space will be built now, especially for hospital, because after the pandemic, we have a lots of the building which is empty. So the government was talking that all the buildings can be changing into the hospital because we are not enough bed. Even in Jakarta itself, we don't have a lot of hospital this time. So that's if you see in the news that we don't have a bed anymore for all the pandemic, the COVID patient and etc. Next. So when I was actually I went to the some hospital because my friend was died. Of course, I use everything like a robot because actually my friend is one of the HDII sponsor at the time. His name is Apul. He just died because of COVID, which is really sadly. So I went to the hospital and then I saw the space is so different than before because all the patient they put in one room, not one by one, but all together, even with the ministry and everyone, they have in the one room. So they have a 5 to 10 beds. Yeah, because all the doctors should doing the patient one by one. Every 30 minutes, they should see all the patients. So the bed is we need a lot of space to put the patient. Next. Hello, excuse me. Excuse me. I can hear. Can you hear me? Because it's in echo, Francis. I can hear you clearly, but my voice is echo.
Yes.
And it is always repeat all the time. Can you?
Your sound is okay here.
Francis, I can hear you now. Before I can hear you clearly, now I can't hear anyone. And then my voice is echo.
But you cannot hitting back in this side.
Hello?
Can you
Is
hear
anyone
me?
can hear me? Because everybody can hear me because my voice is echo and then can I SMS you?
Okay.
Because I can hear anything. Even my voice.
Okay. Can you hear me, Leah?
No, I can't hear anything.
Hello, can you hear
Okay.
me?
Okay, now I can hear you.
Because we can hear you, so
Yeah,
you
I
can
can
go
hear
on.
you. Okay.
Sorry
Okay.
about the
Thank you
feedback,
very
but
much.
this time
Sorry
it's
about
okay.
this.
No
You
feedback.
disturb. Oh, but my
Okay.
sound is still echo.
Echoing, yeah. But it's okay on this side, Leah. Are you putting on mute now? Now we cannot hear you. Now I cannot hear you, Leah. I cannot hear. Sorry about these technical issues. But Leah, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? We cannot. I cannot hear you now, Leah.
Hello? Can you hear me now?
Ini mute bisa di.
Bro? Halo? Dengar sama sekali.
Leah, can you hear me now? We can hear you perfectly well on this side.
Okay. Can you hear me now, Francis? You can hear anything, right?
Okay. Sorry about the
Okay.
technical
If you
issues.
can hear me,
Maybe
I
we'll
continue.
try to
But I can't hear you
try
at
to
all,
reconnect
actually.
with
So sorry.
Leah.
Because
Let
the
me know if you
connection
can
in
hear
here
me,
is
Leah,
fine.
later.
There's nothing.
But this session is about
In this place,
we are
the
talking about the
connection is not
future of
good.
design, and we
You
had our
know,
first
when I
speaker,
talk
Iklim,
to the audience, it's always
who
echo back to
presented
me.
the
This
first
is really
presentation.
difficult to me to talk
So,
then,
and Leah,
because
are
it's
you
always
still here, Iklim?
twice,
Are you
third
still with
times
us?
all the time.
Leah, can you hear me? I cannot hear you. Are you on
Francis, can you
mute?
hear me now?
Yeah.
It's not mute at all.
Have you unmuted?
Mbak?
Okay. Iklim, can you hear me? Are you? Can you hear me, Iklim? Can you unmute your screen?
Maaf nih, saya dengarnya echo berkali-kali. Bisa dipasang lagi kalau gitu, presentation-nya. Halo? Ya? Udah balik ya? Ya udah, coba presentasinya langsung lagi yang tadi. Oke, makasih. Oke, mohon maaf sebelumnya karena ehonya tadi berulang berkali-kali sehingga saya sulit untuk berbicara. Okay, we continue this. I hope everybody can hear me clearly now. So we are talking about the healthcare interior design during the COVID and after COVID. All the hospitality will be changed. Can you see like this one? This is the one that I told you that in the big room it's like an ICU, but it's not an ICU at all. So we should have a big space with 10 until the 20 bed to make all the doctor easier to see all the patient. So this is, if you see the screen, this is the future of the design for the COVID if the patient was coming to the hospital, because I don't think COVID will be gone from this earth, but we should be became a friend. Yeah, and then after the vaccine, I don't think COVID is not will be gone, but we still be in here in this world. And then next, I can see the next. Halo, Alia, halo. Kenapa Mbak?
Waalaikumsalam ngobrol sama bule.
Iya. Oh boleh. Oke, thank you. Problem.
Belum, masih mute kan? Oke. Can you hear my voice? Okay, I see some friends. Rina. Ini nggak mati ya? Ini saya. Hidup ya? Ya, tapi ini. Hi, Iklim, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Iklim? Lea? Can you hear me? Can you unmute, Iklim? Can you try say something? Yeah, can you hear me, Iklim?
Hi, Francis.
Sorry about this technical issues, everyone. We're trying to fix it. Hi, Klim. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Hi, Klim.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Are we back now?
Okay. Yeah, I think there's something wrong with the connection or something, but while we're waiting for the technical issues being fixed with Leah, she's in the middle of a presentation earlier. So maybe we can talk first a little bit about your presentation.
Okay.
Right. So we are talking about material, right? We're talking about the recyclable material. So what sort of, can you give some example, what sort of recyclable material that you are looking at, or the one that you have been using so far?
Well, I have been using a lot of material that using the recycle base, but we have to be very careful in choosing the material, because sometimes when the product claims to be very, for example, when people using recycled glass, they tend to produce it with a very high consume of electricity. So to melt the glass, except when they produce it with the organic sources. Let's say we charcoal, coconut charcoal, that have a very high calorie of heating process. That would be considered sustainable. But if they're using fossilized energy, sustainable. And for my opinion, some flooring products nowadays, they're using recycle from the limestone, which is very good, and it covers the weakness of flooring. We are talking about timber flooring. They can be eaten by termites. That can be absorb humidity. That can be wear off easily, and it has to be maintained through the periodic of coating. So many materials that we have to be wisely choose to be considered as the sustainable materials.
Right. So yeah, it depends on recycling. It all depends on the process too, and the amount of heat that is being used, right? So we'll get back to you on the Q&A later. We go back to Leah, our second speaker for today. Let's try again, Leah.
Yeah, this is much clearly. Thank you very much.
We can hear you.
Can you? Yeah, okay. This is more clearly. Hopefully,
Sorry
nothing
about
happen
the technical
anymore.
issues.
Okay,
Right.
can you return again with the presentation? Yeah, this is the presentation that will be our future of the hospital. That because of COVID, all the room should be together. Even so, there's no VIP or first class, second class. So they put it all together because it's more easier doctor to maintain one by one for the patient, because all the COVID I heard have different symptoms. So this is the kind of design for the future hospital. Next. Next.
Okay.
Can you screen? Yeah, now this is the axonometric, so you can see more clearly. So this is actually look like emergency room, but actually this is a place or a room for a COVID patient. Next. So this is all the color and everything, and then you can see this is in Europe, which is I was have the webinar with them, and then they show it. This is a HOK design, which is all the new hospital in United States become like this. So you can see the place, and you can see the nurse and everything there, and then you put one by one television to make people not to, the patient is not too threatening about the COVID. Next. This is the surgery room. Before, the surgery room is not 100% using a robot, but for this is the room patient for the COVID. So we can control everything by robotic. That's why when my friend was that I told you was gone in Medistra, he's supposed to have he has a problem after the COVID in the ICU about the stomach, about the abdomen and everything. But Medistra doesn't want to make operation because they don't have enough the surgery room for the COVID. So sadly, he's gone because all the hospital cannot have operate him abdomen, and then after only 4 hours, actually he died. This is ridiculous. But if you have as interdesign, please maybe in the like a BINUS or UPH or every academy in Indonesia should know and learn about the hospital itself about after the COVID, because this is will be changing. Next. See, everything using a technology. Yeah, because everything touchless. Because COVID is very dangerous about the virus. So everything technology will become one of the solution for the next future of the hospital. Next. And also the retail place. Retail space now is making sadness, because after 2 weeks ago until a month, this month, we only can do in the retail space about 25%, same as at the office. So you can see this is, if you see the picture, this is a normal life before the COVID. Next. And then you can see this is really difficult. This is difficult for the business, for the retail, because it's only for 25%, and then close at 7, and by today it's closed by 8, and then open since 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock. So in the future, having a restaurant retail is not easy anymore, because everybody using online, go food, go Grab, and then it's more easier people to get a good food. But we have a different situation. There's no more a good friend. It's not easy to meet people anymore. So I think we should think about it, because probably in one table we can put LCD TV, and then we can talk with LCD TV. It looks like we have a friend together in the restaurant. Maybe, I don't know, this is our feature. Next. So if you see, this is ridiculous. People is always like this now, using a cross one by one, cannot see each other, using the mask, because pandemic is getting worse and worse, especially the second climate now. Next. So this is I was taking this one in the airport. All in the airport retail should do the something like this protocol about the retail store in the airport. So you can see one by one. Even you should have a mask, you should have a shield again. So, and then you should have every time you came to airport, all the employees should go to the bathroom. So it means that you should have a bathroom, shower room, I mean, and then change the clothes, and then go to work, and then after go to work, take a bath again in the shower, and then after that they can go back home. So this is the SOP for protocol for it at the airport by now in Angkasa Pura I. So because we should make people or the passenger feel safe if you come to the airport. Next. Now this is all the normal protocol. If you see, if you read, this is very normal. In Angkasa Pura I or Angkasa Pura II is doing the same thing, and also all over the world. Next. This is also the protocol. If you're using information center, using a shield, double protection and everything. And then every 3 days, we should have an antigen So if you go to the airport, even though in AP2 or AP1, you can feel safe because every 3 days we should have an antigen. If you are positive, and we should go the PCR. So can you imagine how many times I should take the antigen and PCR itself in a year? Next. And now I'm in Yogyakarta today. Yesterday I came here because we have a project. So luckily the project is not stopped. And then the project is because the government wants to UMKM. So the old airport Adi Sucipto will became a UMKM itself. This is the biggest UMKM held by BUMN in 2021.
So that's small, medium enterprise.
Yeah, that's a medium enterprise. Will be good for all of us if you come to Yogyakarta. Next,
Interesting.
this is all the SOP. If you come to the airport should have the doctor. You should have everything. So sometimes people come to airport and then get antigen, and then suddenly they have a positive result, and then they should have the SOP like this. Yeah, so people should go have the ambulance go to the some hospital or go to the Wisma Atlet. Next. And then this is we are talking the office space. Everybody know the office space also should have a 25% employees to come day by day. So the schedule is really tight. Next. Luckily, before the pandemic, we have a project from Departemen Keuangan talking about ABW. What is ABW? ABW. EBW stands for Activity-Based Workplace. So why Ibu Menteri wants us to do the ABW changing? Because she told me that 90% of the employee is millennial. So they need time to spend with the family. So we are changing. I did 10 books actually about the activity-based workplace. Maybe one day I can share it, or maybe we can have a seminar one day about regarding these things. Because before all, the ministry room is quite big. It's more than 200 square meter itself. So now they became smaller and smaller to make uh, uh, ministry can talk day by day with the employee more relaxed. So there's no distance anymore between the minister, between the deputy, and then the employee. So they want to make a change environment actually for working system in the Departemen Keuangan. So Departemen Keuangan itself, mereka kan juga termasuk kayak KPK, OJK, immigration, everything is yeah. Can you hear me?
Just to remind you, please speak English.
Oh, okay.
So
Okay,
you're
sorry.
saying that the Department of Finance, the Ministry of Finance, new program.
Okay. This is a new program for ABW. So they're changing the environment of the office system. Okay, next. So this is the place for the deputy. So the deputy is not big anymore, the space. So it's only 6x5, and then in front of the room is all the employee, and then they came not always every day. So it's only 25% of the employee come, and then every Thursday they should come together again only for the meetings, big meetings and a big decision. And then the rest they can working everywhere, even at home. Next. So this is everybody knows that during and after COVID, this is the difference because of social distancing. Next. So in Indonesia is only 1 meter, but international the distance is 2 meters between one employee to another employee. So this is the office interior during after COVID. All the meeting room should have a shield like this. People to unwind so cannot spill even though they're using masker or face shield. Next. So you can see everybody knows that this is ridiculous. Everyone should have the double protection about the COVID like this. Next. So everybody have one by one room. If you see 108 or 109, it's actually they using a webinar or they can use for Zoom meeting or Google meeting. So they have room by room exactly like this for the webinar. So this is really the next future of the office space design. Next. Why technology is so important? Office interior during and after COVID is totally different. Everybody should know about the IT terms. Everybody should know that going to the to using the elevator always touchless. They using or on or off the electricity is also using by touchless. Touchless. Next. And then next again. See, you can see everybody is touchless using QNR. Even we are going to the menu, even we use the toilet, everything using a touchless. So touchless become a part of the our future design because touchless is like a handphone before. When a mobile phone is not people then use a mobile phone too much, everything is still expensive, but in the future everything is very moderate price. So I hope in the future next year or the end of this year everything is going to be more moderate on the prices. Next. And then we also not only the touchless, but we also should know using the material which is virus what do you call it, Francis? Virus, non-virus. Excuse me. And then we also should design looking about the function and the safety. That's number one we should scratch in the all over our project. Next. Next, Corey. See, this is only the, you can see how robotic surgical become like this in the future. It says looks scary, but it's more safe. When I talk to the one of my friend who has plastic surgery in the United States. So everything using robot like this in the future. Next. Okay then, thank you. Hopefully my presentation will be good for all of you, for the audience and everyone in here. Thank you.
So that the future is full of challenges for us. So let's get our speakers on the screen, please, Iklim and Leah, for the Q&A session. Just to remind everyone that at the bottom there is a chat, what's it called, Q&A button that you can press. The team here will select 2 questions from public, from the audience, and there'll be a prize. So I just asked Iklim one question before, so I will ask directly to you now, Leah,
yep.
About about your presentation.
Yep.
So, yeah, since you're involved in many airport projects, what will international travel be like in the near future? your opinion?
This is a difficult question, Francis, because before we want to open for the international passenger to come to Indonesia the end of January this year. But because of the pandemic getting worse in the Europe, so we are all the government was decided in Indonesia that we are not passengers from international passengers not allowed anymore until September 2021. So this is really difficult for airlines actually, and also the airport itself. You know, because we lost in 6 months, is only in Angkasa Pura I itself, it's almost 5 trillion. Yeah, because before our airport is like Jakarta is Cengkareng, right? They have lots of money from Cengkareng, but in Angkasa Pura we have 3 biggest airport which is collapsed now, especially Bali. Bali before a day or for a week, we can have 60,000 passengers in a week. Can you believe it? And now we only have 15,000 every week. So it's collapse, really drop. And this is really difficult for all the airlines and the airport itself. So I don't know when will be international passenger will come to Indonesia regularly like before. But pray to the God that COVID will be gone soon.
Yeah.
Thank
yeah.
you.
Yeah, maybe all airports should have a very nice
this is
hotel setup, right?
yeah, it's
So
really difficult for all the even in Singapore Changi, they don't have a passengers. Indonesia is luckily because we are archipelago. The domestic still alive, even though it's not as big as before. But Changi is a disaster now because they don't have anyone except the international passengers.
correct. Yeah. So okay, let me go back to Iklim with a second question. Iklim, as you know, as you talk in your presentation about the importance of sustainable material, recyclable material, and so on, and being a responsible designer, right? So as designer, a specifier, we are always confronted with long-lasting material with minimum maintenance cost. So what kind of future material do you think that can demonstrate this performance and at the same time will have improved our life and Mother Nature to you?
Okay, this is a very good question. Nowadays, we come to facing problems with the degraded ozone in our sky, in our life. So for me, the most sustainable material support our ecosystem, support our life, to bring benefit, not only to be used, but also can be the way we use it, we could create added value to our ecosystem, to our environment. For instance, if we imported material from another country,
Jadi dia ngomongnya apa?
Sorry. Iklim, can you help speak closer to the microphone because your voice is a bit far.
Okay.
Sorry about that. Can you repeat your answer, please?
What I meant is that if we imported material from another country very far, then the cost of not only the cost of the transportation, but also the fuel that transport to our country is also it has waste so many carbon, so many fossilized energy. So for me, myself, we prefer to use the good material, the very friendly environmental material. For instance, we could use bamboo. Bamboo is a very good and very sustainable material because it is very fast to grow. You don't need so many years to grow the bamboo. You only need like 3 to 5 years, then you can use the bamboo. And it's not, and you don't require fertilizer. A lot of fertilizer that can pollute our land, and we don't need so many water because it regenerates itself from its roots. So for me, that kind of material can be very good to be used and to be considered as our material in the future. Another thing is like we know the straw, we know the cutlery, we know the dining tool for us. They used plastic before. We could change it. We could actually change to bioplastic. Bioplastic, some of them are very, very, very good. They use the what do you call it? PLA is polylactic acid. It's very organic. It will not harm your body, and all from recycled things. Yeah. And another thing is maybe if you recall from our high school study, it is called mycelium fungus. Mycelium fungus in our daily life, you could find it in tempeh. The very white surface of tempeh, it is called mycelium fungus. It can be reproduced. It can be recycled in a way. It can be processed to support our construction, to support our daily life. So many applications that can be made from that. So for me, let's try to design something that less harm to our environment, especially to our earth.
Correct. Yeah, I agree with you that new materials needs to be researched. It's between a material that should last longer. It should have low maintenance in the long run, but at the same time, it should be friendly to the environment, that is not polluting our planet even more. This is what I understand. So okay, now I'd like to go back to Leah, because Leah, the kind of material you use maybe is slightly different from what Iklim is using. Like Iklim is using, he's looking at the environment as his sort of concern to nature. So he would like to see new material which is recyclable or recycled material. But in yourself, for example, you're designing a few hospital as well, right? So what sort of material you're looking at in the future amidst all this pandemic? What is such material already exist, or maybe perhaps government should be doing more research, universities should be doing more research to create new material for tomorrow's pandemic and the current pandemic.
Yeah, thank you, Francis. I think your question to Iklim is more or less the same with me. Actually, for instance, not in a hospital, because hospital itself is already have the special material. Actually, Francis, not only in the pandemic, but before pandemic, it's also have the special treatment for all the materials. But the most important thing, which is not it's not cheap actually. It's very, very expensive. For one panels, actually, I was talking to Vivere, for instance. They already have the panel who has the antibacteria and virus, which is one panel is the price is stunning. So I'm agree with you. We should talk to the government. We should talk to all the university, to all the teachers, tutor and everything should make a one major talking about material itself, because not a lot of material have you can find it in Indonesia. If you find it, it's too expensive. So I think this is a time probably because everybody love Indonesia. Why people cannot come to instead of China? We see, for instance, like carpet, for like instead of vinyl. I think it's more easier for us talking about the green things and everything. And then you know what? We have a project in Lombok. Want to use the vinyl. So we change everything into the vinyl. Because Lombok begin in this year begin to the motor GP, right? So they have a SOP for
Okay, yeah. Sorry, we had a bad sound from your side, your connection. Yes, you can. Yeah, can hear. Can you try again? Can you?
Yeah. The final, because we should have a SOP itself for the motor GP. So I think this is the best thing about the designer, to know more about the material. If you have the international connection, I think that's we should know to. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank
we
you.
can hear you. Okay, good. I think that's true. Yeah. Yeah, we are talking about how material, if they're green, they should have been produced also locally. So what do you both think? Maybe we start with the first. What do you think about imported materials, whether it's recycle or whether it's something to fight the pandemic? What do you think about having them set up a factory here as a greener approach to a better world? Iklim, can you answer? What do you think about, yes, going back to you, what do you think about this? A lot of company claiming themselves green and environmentally friendly, but isn't it more friendlier for them to be setting up the company where the marketplace is? If they're selling to Indonesia, they should have a factory here or nearby. If they have them, instead of say setting up the factory from where they are and claiming the product to be green, but we have to import, like you said, with a carbon footprint on, or is it because compulsory to be green if they set up the company here?
actually a dilemma for all of us. At one point, we want to use a very good material, a quality one. Some cannot be produced here locally. Why cannot be produced here? Because we don't have that high technology sources. We don't have a very good workmanship. We don't have the disciplinary. But in some product, we could find actually some manufacturers has begun their production here, but they reduce the cost of transport and reduce the consumption of fuel by only imported the raw materials and they produce it here. But then again, it will also contain carbon consumed. So if we want to use train the local manufacturer and some craftsmanship to make for us the, like I mentioned before, the novel precision in terms of high technology products. We still have a very asking the local
Ikrim, sorry, I have to cut you there because we cannot hear you. Yeah, we cannot hear you. It's, back to Leah. Can we try Leah? Let's see our connection with Leah. Can you hear me, Leah?
Okay. Yes.
Can you
Can you
hear me?
Okay. I hear
Yes,
you
I can.
clearly. Okay.
All right, good. So let's see, because I think there's some connection issue there. You know, like we talked about, say, office space here in Jakarta, the allowed number is 25%. So it's just like retail, F&B, and so on. So what do you think about the impact of space design versus rental space?
We will have lots of empty space actually after this year. After this year, we have an empty space because we don't need a big space anymore. We should have lots of the meeting area itself at the office, because the one I told you before, that we should have the meeting room to make a decision at least twice a week. So we have a lot of the offer space rental after semester one in this year, Francis. To tell the truth, even lots of the buildings is not done yet. Can you believe it? And then, can you hear me?
Can you help?
Yep.
Yeah, better. Thank you.
Yeah, I use.
It's better when you put.
Oh, is it? You can hear me now. Yeah, we will have a oversupply space, Francis, after one semester. After this semester.
Right.
So, and then I don't know. Hopefully, all the buildings can give you the discount or everything, but the most important thing why it's going to be disaster, because everyone should pay tax itself. And the building have a really really have the I mean really have a problem, because the tax should be go on. That's it. So after this semester, we have lots of empty space. Absolutely.
Right.
Thank you.
All right, so we have a few things to resolve.
Yeah, of
as
course.
you know, as a citizen of this city and also as
Yeah,
designer.
yeah, you're right.
So just
So maybe changing from the office into the hospital, or from the office into the something different. I don't know why. I don't know what.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Leah.
Welcome.
So let's go to the audience. We have some questions to all speaker from Tita Alma Rahmasari. Good afternoon, Mr. Iklim Tan and Miss Leah Aziz. I have a question. As we know, there has been many eras and style trends that had passed in interior design history. And in this 21st century, art and design is all about expressing our feeling. Is there any chance we will get back to the old style that already existed and combine it perhaps with the current technology? Thank you.
Kim?
So let's go with
Iklim.
Leah first. You want to start there and then Iklim after you?
Thank you. This is a good question. Actually, if you see this pandemic, we should have the design should be back to the 20th century, with all the glasses, open space, lots of the sun, and then it will be amazing if you combining between the old style into using the technology that I saw it to you before. So I think this is a chance for us to do a better place, a better design itself in this year. So I think that's the answer. So we will be back to normal again. We will be back using and cooking and everything with the old style. So old become a new. That's probably this year trends. Thank you.
And Iklim, what do you say to that? Have you unmute your? I cannot hear you. Have you unmute your?
Sorry, it's a very interesting question. I'm trying to explain it briefly with my experiences. For me, there is no particular era of design, because it's always evolving. You may see the eclectic design. Nowadays, mostly Indonesian design, in my point of view, we are left behind from international design. Let's say from European design. Actually, it can be combined, so you don't have to worry about oh, this is the minimalist era, or this is a Gothic era. Then the design itself has its soul. So we have to express our design by the concept that we are going to use. Let's say I'm designing a retail store. It is very in a very old building, which they have the maybe Baroque style or even Gothic style. But I can put a very nice Maribota table, or we could use some modern brand sofa instead of the old building. That makes it very interesting. So don't worry too much, because the classic style will come back. It will revolve again. there's no specific area of design. It can be you just have to follow your concept, follow your heart to design something that's very unique. That's it.
Yeah, I sort of agree with you. I think the Eiffel Tower is good, but it's still the Eiffel Tower, and you cannot repeat the Eiffel Tower, correct? I mean, you cannot. There's no point of building the Eiffel Tower again. But you know, the Eiffel Tower, as it is a beautiful
Yes, it's true.
structure.
It's true.
Right.
So for me, everything is beautiful.
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Agree.
I have one last questions from the audience. This one is from Ms. Sri Riswawanti to Ms. Leah Aziz. How do you reduce the feeling of isolation in the care facility for patients who are undergoing health recovery or patients who are hospitalized and at home through interior design? This greatly affects the patient's psychology.
Yes.
Thank
Oh, this is a good question. I like this. That's why people I talked why we should have in the same room when you have the COVID-19 itself. This is for the psychology itself, because when you have cannot breathe or you cannot taste or you cannot smell, it's always threatening. I was talking with my friend who already have 2.5 months, and also the minister of the transportation. I was talking to him, and then he said, "This is really threatening. It feels like tomorrow you will die." That's why they put in the same room, because you don't feel lonely. You because you cannot see your parents, you cannot see your wife, you cannot see your children. This is really ridiculous. It's really painful, and really it feels like you want to die tomorrow. And then especially when you cannot breathe, it's like you are in the pool and then you cannot help yourself. So that's why in the hospital, COVID should stay together to make each other, help each other to have a spirit animal to be healthy again. That's the answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Leah. Good answer. So, as this, I would like to summarize both your talk today. Before that, I'd like to say thank you for both of you. And
Welcome.
what I summarized from Iklim Tan is that to be a good designer, you have to be responsible which material you choose, which design approach that is environmentally friendly, and how to always be a designer that contribute to recycling in the future to keep this planet blue, to keep this planet blue. And with Leah, I think to be a good designer, you need to be continuously adaptive,
Yes.
and forward thinking in providing solutions so that the world can be a better and safer place for every living being to live in, right?
Yeah.
So thank you for both your talk today, very inspiring, and thank you for your time. And this is information that we've got from the team here. That the two questions I've read before from Alma Rahmastari and Sri Riswanti will get special gift from our sponsor. So this is the end of the third session, but we do have a few programs. So we would like you to now open your camera. Yeah. This is for the photo session. Please wait for a while. Okay. Okay, let's take the photo session. The first one, we go 1, 2, 3. Okay. The next page, please wait. Turn on your camera. I see familiar faces. Hi, everyone. Okay, 1, 2, 3. And the next one with the camera on. All right. Yes. 1, 2, 3. Okay, that's it. And then, okay, so those who question, who gave the questions today, thank you, and you will be contacted by our team. And now we would like to invite the president, chairman of HDI National. Huh? Oh yeah, I forgot. Oh, sorry, I forgot to say to request each one of you to. There is a polling button in the Zoom chat in the bottom. There is a poll there. Please give your comments or ideas so that we can improve in the future. One thing we need to improve for sure, we know, is the technology and the connection. But this is really not up to us. But your input will be most appreciated. Thank you. Yeah, so your input will be appreciated, because then from then we can improve for our next session. We'll still have one more thing to do. Please don't go anywhere yet. We'd like to hear from, to welcome Mr. Rohadi to give his remark. He is the chairman of HDI National. So please don't go anywhere after this. Okay, we'll have a slight break. Please wait. Please wait for this.
Hi. So thank you, everybody in the world. Today, the second international webinar, 38th HDII anniversary. So thank you for the AFSDA member, Mrs. Lia, and in the Yogyakarta, and Mr. James, Mrs. Tanuja, and many member in Asia Pacific. So thank you for the support this program. Canary Jaya, Review, Valentino Grass, Vivere Group, and BINUS University, BINUS TV, TACO, and IKJ, STDI, and Trisakti University. Sorry. And today, I hope I'm very happy in this program, and so thank you for the BINUS TV and BINUS University. Maybe next program we make a webinar for the education and another program. So thank you for BINUS University, and so thank you. This is for BINUS TV. And for special for my brother Francis Surya Sepruta for make a moderator today and last day.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you for everyone, anybody in the Asia Pacific or in Jakarta or the Indonesia. See you next program, HDII and APSDA. And so safe, healthy, and safe. Or semangat, you know.
Good spirit.
Yeah, good spirit and good healthy.
Safe,
yeah, healthy,
Health
safe.
for everyone.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Everybody.
Selamat pagi, Malaysia. Sukses.